What? Oh, that part. Good evening and welcome to the it's not Juneteenth yet, it's June 10th, um, 2024 work session of the East Point City Council. Madam Deputy City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Shropshire, Councilmember Freely, Councilmember Ziegler, Councilmember Cummings, Councilmember Mitchell, Councilmember Butler, I see, and Councilmember Dr. Martin Rogers is not here yet.
Yes, she will be here later.
Okay. Madam Mayor, you have a quorum.
All righty, let's go through the agenda items before we start this evening to see. Okay, to see if there's anything that can go on consent. Um, Update on policing. We have our chief. Okay, our deputy chief is here. Council discussion on Bacon housing East Point. Squatters in East Point. Do we have any updates on the legislation, Attorney Harley? The new squatters bill. That's probably if you can kind of look that up when we get to that number 5 item. We talked about that and the effective date and what that might mean for our municipality. So, street topper, Councilmember Shropshire, yes. Councilmember Butler. Discussion on non-owner occupied certification,
Let's move that to next month's work session.
July.
Yes, July
Okay.
work session.
Ward D Rec Center, Councilman Butler.
Yes, I would like to discuss that tonight.
Facade grant, those are Dr. Martin Rogers. We'll see when she gets here. Those two, yes. Request and review. Yeah, the open and close. We need to talk about that. Parks, Public Arts Commission, we need to update. Service line agreement, Councilmember Ziegler, I believe you want that. Yep. Discussion on council committees, we have that. Credit card policy, yes. Granicus, what were I'll leave that on because I think we were asked for something from the city clerk. Can't remember. At the time, I don't think we had the contract, so that might be illegal. Whistleblower hotline, they should have updates on that. Sister cities, yes. New agenda items. Any objection to number 22 going on consent? It's consent. Number 23. No objection to consent. 24, any objection to consent? 25, any objection to consent? 26, any objection to consent? 27, any objection to consent? 28, any objection to consent? 29, any objection to consent? 30 looks like we need some information. It just says warehouse renovation and it's from contracts and procurement. So changing alcohol license ordinance for Courtyard by Marriott. When in the police update, I'll have Deputy Chief McCullough let us know if there are any concerns on that one, and 4 points by Sheridan. 33, Councilmember Ziegler. And 33 is update on public works landscaping. Okay. Madam Deputy City Clerk.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
yeah, items number 9 and 10, we'd like to have that moved to the work session.
So they're actually on here by Councilmember Martin Rogers as her item. So when
Yeah.
she gets here, we'll
Yeah, I
have
saw
her.
that. I did see that, and
Yeah.
that's
So when she
fine.
gets here,
That's
we'll
fine.
decide whether or not she wants to talk about it tonight or later. Do you have any department
And
items you wanna?
number 33, I'm sorry, 30. Please remove number 30.
To the July work session or just remove?
Just remove.
Okay. So, Madam, I didn't say police. Number 31 and number 32. Okay. Madam Deputy City Clerk, I have items 22 through 29 for consent agenda. All right, thank you all so much. We will now go to our presentation for this evening. Tonight, we have a presentation on the results of aging in place needs assessment presented by Christy Fuller of Georgia Health Policy Center and Olivia Austin with Cadre from East Point. Ladies can come forward at this time.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you so much for allowing us to spend some time and present a little bit about Cadre and aging in East Point. This opportunity is especially special for me because I am a proud resident of East Point. I'm specifically a resident of Ward C. So I'm super excited to spend this time with my community leaders and with my neighbors. What we would like to do with our time together is spend a few minutes talking about Cadre and explaining, introducing to you what Cadre is, speaking to you about a community needs assessment, and then we'll have time to answer questions and have a discussion about what that means and how that is impactful for the city of East Point and for those of us that are aging. And we're actually all aging every second, so it's relevant for everybody. Village. A village is a grassroots membership-based program for adults. Village is not an actual facility. It's not an actual place where people move in order to be a member of a village. It is membership-based, but it is a concept. And it's a concept that allows seniors to remain in their current space. Maybe that space is an apartment, maybe that's a home, maybe it's with relatives, or maybe that is in a senior community. But the point is, it allows seniors to remain in their space and maintain their presence and station in the community where they live. So our seniors are extremely valuable to us and important. And if a senior wants to live and remain in place, we want to help to make that happen. Most villages are made up of white, non-Hispanic homeowners. And so we'll talk a little bit about that later and how that's impactful and how that allows East Point some special opportunities to branch out in a diverse manner as well as be creative. Villages were designed to provide a deeper sense of connection and socialization. Villages have been impactful in promoting social engagement, providing access to trusted services, and improving overall quality of life. The impact that you see on this slide was based on a study, 3 key studies from across the country, and you'll hear more about villages as we go throughout this presentation. There are 250 villages throughout the US and internationally. And so this particular study, we got this impact, was involved thousands of members as well as several directors from villages across the country. The village model services typically include things like home maintenance and repair, small chores around the house, running errands, information referrals to trusted vendors that people can feel comfortable about having to come into their home and feel that they will get quality service at a fair price. Activities include things such as educational activities, educational workshops. It includes things like social gatherings, walking groups, line dancing classes, exercise classes, various things like that. And most of the services are provided by volunteers. Villages do have some paid employees, and they can be coordinated by these paid employees, but volunteers are very crucial and very important and impactful when it comes to a successful village and a successful village model. As I mentioned before, there are over 250 villages that can provide support and guidance for us as we work to launch a village here in East Point. We have a lot of support from the Village to Village Network where we can learn from others, learn best practices, learn what worked, learn what didn't work, and get guidance from them. I mentioned earlier that most villages are predominantly white and in predominantly affluent communities. As we embarked on this work, we did find a village that is similar to East Point, and that is the Kingdom Care Village in Washington, D.C. area. This village is mostly Black. They are thriving, and we have communicated with them and will continue to get best practices and help them guide us on our journey to launch a village here. In the DC area, there are also 12 other villages across the area where they partner and share resources and share ideas and share best practices. Communities aligned for deeply rooted elderhood. That is the acronym, that is CADRE. We are CADRE, and I'm sorry, I failed to mention earlier, as you know, my name's Olivia Alston, and I'm joined by Christy, and we have some of our teammates here from CADRE, as well as people from our Georgia State team, the Georgia Health Program, and you'll hear from them shortly. Sorry, guys, thank you for coming. So CADRE, Communities Aligned for Deeply Rooted Elderhood, was incorporated in 2016 to empower older people to maintain independence, validate their roles in their community, coordinate volunteers, maintain resource lists, including screen service providers, and offer educational programs and related endeavors. In 2017, CADRE has fulfilled the role of long-term care ombudsman program contractor, advocating for residents of long-term care facilities across the 18-county region. So the natural expansion of CADRE to launch a village in East Point just makes good sense. This slide really for this group doesn't need any explanation. I don't have to talk about it except to say, if you see some stats there that are outdated, please let us know so that we can update and make adjustments. But what this slide does illustrate is the point that I made earlier about villages being demographically the same in most areas. Mostly white, mostly non-Hispanic, mostly affluent areas. The village concept in East Point has a great opportunity to be creative, to think out of the box, to be diverse. And that's what we're really excited about. There are currently no active villages in Georgia other than CADRE East Point. So this is an opportunity for us to expand the village model to serve a more diverse population. There's been interest in others that are familiar with us. One of our board members is in Brookhaven, and she has a desire to expand the village model into the Brookhaven neighborhood. And if I just take a moment of personal privilege, I envision the village model being expanded to all sorts of neighborhoods, South Atlanta, Castleberry Hill, Vine City, as well as some of our friends that are to the north and even further south, like Hapeville. So our initial funding was received from the Atlanta Regional Commission, and it was very helpful in us to hire 4 part-time staffers and to facilitate our startup activities. we recruited trustees. Our trustees are residents of East Point who are 55 or older, and they've served as advisors to us in regards to programming. They're very helpful in reading materials and giving us feedback about what would work in East Point and what would not work in East Point. They have actually helped to create some materials for us as well. And we tapped our own network to get our trustees. So we tapped into our networks, but also we attended community events and we attended various things in and around the East Point area to recruit. We would see people that are naturally, if they're in certain environments, we know they're already civically engaged. So all of our trustees were already civically engaged before they said yes to us. So it was a simple yes for them to participate. And they have been very beneficial, and we anticipate they will continue to help us as we continue to move forward and grow our village model here in East Point. The Georgia Health Policy Center partnered with us to conduct a community needs assessment. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to my friend Christy, and she's going to talk to you about that community needs assessment as well as the findings.
Thank you, Olivia. It's really a joy to be here with all of you today and to have had this opportunity to work with Cadre, the staff, and the trustees on this needs assessment. As I hope you'll hear, it's been a very iterative process and very engaged. We at Georgia Health Policy Center from Georgia State are excited to bring our expertise, but we also recognize the significant expertise that already exists in the community, and that was woven into the process. So what we did is we partnered to collect information from East Point residents. We wanted to learn on behalf of Cadre about the community strengths, the needs, the current resources that are available, and their utilization. The goal here is not to duplicate existing services, but to fill in where there are gaps. So we wanted to understand more about that, as well as provide a foundation from which the Cadre EP team could design their program to meet the unique needs of older adults in East Point, that would provide services that are relevant and available and of interest or appeal to the residents, to support them as they age in place and also recognize the community needs and strengths. So we did two things, and I'll go through this part relatively quickly, but we do have more information about it and are happy to share that report at the end. So we conducted a survey, and we also conducted listening sessions. And the survey was done first. We administered that between November and March, and we collected data both online and in paper format. And we developed the tools, both the listening session guide as well as the survey, through resources that Olivia mentioned that came from the Village to Village Network, as well as historical information. When, if you've lived in East Point a long time, you may be familiar with naturally occurring retirement community, which happened several years ago. It's no longer recognized. There was good information that came out of that, though, as well as discussions with these folks who are contributing much expertise, the trustees and the staff. We recruited folks in all the traditional ways, social media, attending events, mailing postcards, posting in the newspaper, and other ways as well. And we were able to reach quite a few folks in between both of these methods. I will talk about that a little bit more in the next slide. The listening sessions were conducted the week of February 26th, and we held 3 sessions. 2 were done in person here in East Point, and 1 was virtual, held over Zoom. So we had 143 people who responded with complete data to the survey. And these statistics are just a little bit about those folks who responded. 77% were 55 or older. The racial and ethnic makeup was 54% Black, African American, 38% white, 8% Hispanic, multiracial, or American Indian and Alaskan Native. 3/4 of the respondents were female, And when we look at annual household income, 32% made less than $50,000 a year. 30% made between $50,000 and $99,000, and 16% made over $100,000. As you might not be surprised, 22% preferred not to say, and that is also okay. So we have good information, a few other statistics about the folks who responded to the survey and the listening session than what I can share today. But just to give you a few highlights, we had 26 people participate in those 3 listening sessions. And these folks were all over 55, 60% were female, 40% were retired or unemployed with disability, 70% had lived in East Point for over 10 years. So I want to jump to the findings because I think that's what you might be most interested in hearing about from my portion of the presentation. There were numerous strengths that we were able to identify through both the survey and the listening session, and I'll highlight some of those now. The location of East Point was highlighted often by participants and respondents, being close to multiple major expressways, close to the airport, and many amenities available in the Atlanta region, as well as just general kind of amenities like pharmacies, banks, shopping, the farmers market, and religious organizations. Many people cited that they live in a quiet, peaceful neighborhood. There's a sense of belonging and familiarity that people were happy to tell us about, a small town feel. People really appreciate and like the parks and recreation areas available to them in this community, as well as the availability of trees was shared. There's also just appreciation for great neighbors. People appreciate that they have a community that is diverse in racial and age makeup. The community is a close-knit one. Neighbors look out for one another, and you may not know everybody's names on your street, but you probably know their dogs' names. Finally, good housing was another area that people shared with us as another strength in the community that many folks, especially those who've lived here a long time, find that the community is affordable, their housing is affordable here, although that was cited as some recent changes in housing prices going up, and that might not be sustained into the future. Housing being more accessible. So the community here has a lot of ranch-style homes, which is good for aging in place with one level living. The quality of homes being good and decent, nice yards. There were also several folks who talked about local activities that they participate in, which is on the right side of this screen. So you can see many folks responded to our survey saying they go to the farmers market, activities at their church, at the Bowden Senior Center, city council meetings, neighborhood watch meetings, as well as the Healthy Point 90-Day Health Initiative. Those were some of the more popular responses there. And then the quote there at the bottom, that is directly from one of the listening session participants who stated, people that grow up in East Point, if they leave, they come back because it's home. What this kind of points to as well is a high level of social connectedness is what we found. So among those who completed the survey, 3/4 of respondents are satisfied or very satisfied with their ability to engage with neighbors, family, and friends. Like probably every community, there are also challenges, and we were able to document 2 that we'll share now that were frequently reported. First being a difficulty accessing healthcare services. As it relates to aging in place, that would be really important. Almost 40% of people who responded to the survey were either dissatisfied or very dissatisfied with healthcare access. And the participants reflected on a few things that brought this up for them, which include the recent closure of the local hospital, limited options for primary care, and then driving long distances to access healthcare services, which can be challenging as one ages and may need support with transportation. Safety concerns were the second area that were more frequently raised. Almost 40% also were dissatisfied or very dissatisfied with their ability to feel safe. And the things that folks pointed to when reflecting on this included the general crime rate, hearing gunshots, recent local shootings in their community where they had felt safe previously, and a general fear then of accessing some of the services or amenities that they used to use, like the MARTA station. We did receive quite a bit of really helpful feedback for Cadre EP regarding service needs. And I'll just highlight some of the services that rose to the top as far as, the services Olivia mentioned that might be useful for the communities were specifically identified here. Minor home repairs, 30% of survey respondents indicated that they need help with that now. We also asked about future needs. And for that particular area, 40% of survey respondents expected they would need help with that in the future. Assistance with technology, phones, computers, tablets, all the things can be somewhat overwhelming for folks from time to time. Remotes, just different things. 20% of respondents would like help with that now. Home maintenance, so more like yard work and things like that, 18% reported needing help with that now. And transportation, while not a top need in the survey, was one of the top needs discussed during listening sessions, as well as home visits and check-in calls. That came up as a common theme in the listening sessions. And a quote from the listening session on the slide here: "If you don't have family, you need someone to check in on you." Reflects that desire for home visits and check-in calls. So as Olivia mentioned, often the village model will include both services as well as kind of social activities that bring folks together. And we did ask also in both the survey and the listening session about desired activities. And there was a high level of interest in these activities. So things like barbecues, potlucks, opportunities to play games together. 16% would like to do those activities now, and 30% in the future. Educational workshops also had a high level of interest. Cooking workshops, gardening, technology, arts and crafts, 27% would like to participate now, and 50% said so in the future. And then exercise classes and walking groups, which I know there are a lot of activities in the community supporting those or lifting those up, were another area of interest, with 29% stating that they would like to do those activities now. And a lot of this, well, the village really depends on volunteers. And so we did spend some time asking about volunteering with the folks that we interacted with and surveyed. And the services and activities that are listed here were those that individuals said they would be interested in supporting through their own volunteer time: home visits, telephone check-ins, errands, technology support, home maintenance, and educational workshops. And then there are things that folks, when they reflected on, if I was volunteering, what might be helpful to me? Some of those things included the option for travel reimbursement, equipment and supplies, and connecting to recipients prior to volunteering, kind of matchmaking and being comfortable with one another before performing a service or activity. And as a recipient who might receive a volunteer, what they shared with us is that they would like for the volunteers to have gone through background checks and also have the knowledge and skill that would be appropriate for the role or service, and just a general trustworthiness that they would like for that relationship to have. So the findings that we had related to these must-have services. So as Cadre is getting up and going, we talked with listening session participants about services that may kind of come toward the beginning of that development versus some that may be added in later. And some of those services that the listening session participants identified as kind of must-haves, or let's start with these if possible, were transportation, home maintenance, social gatherings, referrals, and telephone check-ins. And then we also asked folks about membership fees, because many of the existing villages do rely, at least in part, on membership fees. We asked for input on that. And 62% of our survey respondents said maybe when asked if they would be willing to pay a membership fee. 24% said no, and 14% said yes. When we asked about the impact of the cost on their decision to join a village, 45% said that the cost would have some impact, 41% said a big impact, and 14% are just all in. They said no impact. There were also suggestions made throughout this process regarding how that fee structure could look, and included helpful guidance on implementing the service with a sliding scale fee, offering a household-based discount if multiple individuals in a household join the village, and offering credit for individuals who join the village but perform certain volunteer responsibilities and then receive some services. We provided multiple recommendations back to the Cadre team, and I'm not going to, I know we're kind of getting to our time here, so I won't go through these, but we shared information from this needs assessment with regard to the outreach and volunteer engagement that could be done with this information, as well as the services and activities, and I've shared some of that now, but there's more detail, especially regarding how to reach folks, especially individuals who responded and earn like a lower income, for example. How could they be, a target of this effort? And with that, I will turn it to Olivia to talk about next steps.
Thank you, Christy. So where do we go from here? We've spent the last several months organizing, planning, being in the community, reaching people, listening to our neighbors. And from this point, we are going to finalize our membership structure. So what does that look like? Individual memberships, household memberships, scholarship memberships for those that need financial support. We're going to organize our volunteers. We attend the East Point Farmers Market and other events throughout East Point. And when we're there, we have a small little container and we allow people to put a card in there that says, yes, I'm interested in volunteering. I'm interested in learning more about the village, that kind of thing. So we'll organize those folks and reach out to them and start vetting our volunteers, determining their availability, identifying roles. Do you want to help in someone's home? Do you want to do a friendly visit? How is it that you would like to volunteer? Then we're going to, at some point, hopefully pretty soon, hold an official kickoff event where we will actually get our members and we'll be excited and have everyone on board. So we actually officially kick off the village model here in East Point. Our plan and our desire is to start small and grow. Some of the things that Christy highlighted will be very important for us to give people first because they've identified those as things that they are very interested in as a first step: transportation, help around the house, friendly visits, those kind of things. So that's where we go from here. But the most important part, I think this is a place where everybody in here can participate and take part, is that you all can be a part of the Cadre Village East Point. Everyone in here is not 55 or older. I'm clear about that. However, everyone in here, I'm assuming for the most part, lives in East Point. And if you don't live in East Point, you can volunteer your time, you can volunteer your talent, you can lead a class, you can organize a class if there's something you have a particular interest in, and you can also give your treasures. There are people that likely want to be members of Cadre East Point Village, but they might need some financial support. So you can sponsor a person or sponsor a membership if you'd like to do that. So that's where we're moving from here. We're really excited about it. We've done a lot of hard work and we're looking forward to what East Point Cadre Village can be here, because we know if it has worked in other communities that are different than ours, it can work here in East Point probably better than it has worked in those communities. So with that, I will open the floor for questions and discussion. I'm not sure how much time we have for that, Mayor.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you for sharing the data on the needs assessment for our seniors. Aging in place is definitely something that we want to help support them with, and having information about, the concerns that they have, the challenges, or the interest that they have is very informative for us. We are a part of the AARP age-friendly network of cities and communities. And so I think there also could be some synergies around helping us meet those planning goals and objectives, a lot of their focus is also a part of what you all are focusing on as well. I do have a couple of questions. When you mentioned shared the data around a membership fee, whether people could pay or not pay, and you're saying you're going to kick off hopefully soon. Have you come up with the membership fee structure? And if so, what is that?
We do not have that specific structure in place yet, but from our survey, and Andrew can help me on this if I'm incorrect, most of the respondents said they would pay somewhere around, I think it was $15 or $20 per month for the village membership. I will say that village that I mentioned before, Kingdom Care Village in DC, they list the following on their website. They have an honorary membership for those that are 92 years or older of $0 for 12 months, an individual reduced fee of $10 per month for 12 months, then an individual fee of $20 per month for 12 months, and a household fee of $30 per month for 12 months. So that just gives you an idea of what one village is doing and what their membership fees look like. They vary wildly in terms of what other villages do.
Thank you. I noticed Councilmember Cummings' light. If somebody is here from IT, my screen is not working. I'll come back with other comments. Go ahead, Councilmember Cummings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for your presentation. Just have a couple questions. So, Madam Mayor, she asked the first question about the fee. So we're looking at anywhere from 15 to 20 bucks. And that cost would go to like for the volunteers. I noticed there was a screen that said, like possibly reimbursement for travel, some of the services. So what exactly does the fee cover?
Yes, the fee covers, there are administrative costs. So the way the village would work is that there's a hub. So there's a phone system that is monitored by a volunteer, but of course there's their phone system cost. And some villages do have paid staff as well as volunteers, but it is primarily a volunteer-led initiative. So there's administrative costs for those kind of things. The educational events and things that we want to provide for our members, there's a cost associated with that. There is cost associated with vetting and background checking our volunteers that are going to go into the homes of our seniors.
Okay, now, is there any grant funding that you guys receive to help, defray some of your costs?
Yes, there was. And Andrew, you're probably going to come up now. There was. We did get some initial grant funding, and I believe the funding from ARC is coming to an end in June. I'm going to turn it over to Andrew.
One other key expense is the liability insurance can be very expensive for a nonprofit. So that's something Olivia had not mentioned.
Okay.
Excuse me,
So she asked
lost my
about grant
track.
funding.
Yes, the grant from Atlanta Regional Commission Aging and Independent Services section was for startup planning, needs assessment type of activities. So a lot of villages around the country receive corporate sponsorship and that type of partnerships. So as Olivia mentioned, it would be starting small, so probably no staff yet. And no determination on the membership fee has been made yet. But we want to go back now that we have the full report from the needs assessment and the recommendations from the Georgia Health Policy Center. We're taking this back to trustees and have a session where we determine, for example, I'm just throwing this out. It could be that we decide for the kickoff period, maybe the rest of the year, for those who can pay a $50 membership for 6 months. And future development would be guided by member input. So these villages are very grassroots, member-driven.
Okay.
And I do have copies of the Georgia Health Policy Center report that I'll leave for you.
Give it to our deputy city clerk. She'll pass it to us. Thank you so much. And Andrew is a East Point resident.
Yes.
Okay, next question. So once you have your volunteers, they are assigned to the seniors, to each individual senior?
Well, not necessarily assigned to each individual senior. So there may be a volunteer that says, hey, I would love to volunteer my time and I want to teach a knitting class. So then that's fine. That's the category we put you in. You want to teach a knitting class. There may be somebody that says, you know what, I'm really good with doing things in the yard. So I want to volunteer my time to help maintain someone's yard or do some yard work. Someone may say, oh, you know, I love to drive and talk to people. So I want to volunteer my time in transportation. So they would do that for multiple seniors that make that request based on what their need is.
Okay, last question. So this is a scenario. I'm a senior, I'm in the program, I pay my whatever. I need repairs done to my home. So let's just say I need a new roof put on. Do you guys actually go out and, I mean, you find contractors, do you assist me with paying for the roof? Or I'm just trying to figure out, I mean, I understand the needs that people have, but how do we actually go about facilitating getting those needs met?
Sure. And Andrew can stop me, but I'm sure he will not. We would not pay for a new roof, but we may be in a position to offer contractors that we know that we have vetted that provide fair, reasonable prices and good quality work and say, these are roofers that we know about. Now, I mean, it's a possibility. I don't know that this has ever happened, but maybe there's a volunteer in our community of volunteers that is actually, they own a roofing company. Then that would be a beautiful thing. I'm sure they would have to have some money for resources and materials. So that's a scenario. We would not pay for your roof, but we would help you to find someone that can repair your roof or put your new roof on for you.
Okay, thank you. I yield.
Thank you.
Councilmember Butler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, Olivia, it's good to see you.
you.
Welcome. And Andrew, thank you so much for your hard work, for putting the survey and the information together so we can have the data. I only have a couple of questions, maybe two at the most. What would you like for us to do as the council, or how would you like for us to support this initiative?
Thank you. Beautiful question. So we mentioned before that everyone can participate. So we would love if there are partnerships that can be made where perhaps you have a facility where we could host events. Perhaps you yourself have an interest in some sort of class or some sort of activity that would be beneficial and of interest to our seniors. We would love that kind of partnership. And quite frankly, helping us to let our seniors in East Point know about this concept, helping to invite them to become members, if at all possible, and learn more about our village concept and what it does and how it operates and how it serves our seniors in East Point. And we are seeking funding, in all transparency, we are seeking additional funding, but that's not the specific ask here today.
And my final question is, how do you use resources that we already have? For example, the Bowden Center. And another example too is, you mentioned line dancing, which is very popular by the seniors. How do you incorporate those things into your village concept?
Thank you. Great question. The Bowden Center has been very helpful and very beneficial in that many of our survey respondents have come from there. My colleagues and myself have met with the staff and the team there. I think at least a few of our trustees are active members of the Bowden Center. So we see that as a partnership. We see that as an enhancement. We see that as us walking together to serve our seniors in East Point as a team. So, and definitely they have a lot of classes and we would make sure that our seniors are aware of those classes, but most of them are, because most of them are already connected to the Bowden Center in a big way already. And the second part of your question?
Well, I guess is, how do you enhance that experience? what does the village add to those that
Sure.
experience?
Sure. So from my knowledge, the Bowden Center is not currently doing things like friendly visits to someone's home. There are people that, may not be connected to the Bowden Center, but our desire is to partner with anybody that's serving the elderly in East Point and help to make their life richer in whatever way that is. So I don't think that the Bowden Center does friendly visits. I don't know that they come in and do small chores and transportation and things like that. So ideally, we would let the members at the Bowden Center be made aware of this village concept and the opportunity to enhance their life and further add another dimension to their already active and full life, including the things that Cadre East Point Village would offer. You're welcome.
Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. And here's my question, and I think it was something on the lines of Councilmember Butler, communication. How are you going to communicate with the residents who don't go to the Bowden Center and who are not out every day like everyone else is? How are you going to get that information out to them? Because I think it's a great program. I think it will be very beneficial to our seniors, but we also have to see how do we reach those who don't go to the Bowden Center.
Yes. I agree. And that actually was one of our struggles and things that we really worked through when we were doing the surveys. Because yes, you're right. A lot of people at Bowden Center, we were able to reach them. They're a captive audience. But what we did, I'll answer about the survey, then I'll answer your question more directly, hopefully. What we did was, I'm an East Point resident, and many of us, we go to different community events in East Point. A lot of people don't do that. So we did tap into our own networks. Social media is a great way in some cases to connect. And actually, during the survey time, I did a bit of walking and knocking on my neighbors' doors and talking to them and just asking them, hey, let me tell you about this. Will you complete this survey? So I think all of those are ways that we can make sure that the East Point community knows about it. And quite frankly, all of you here can help in that we need your help. We need the community's help to help us connect with your neighbors. Everyone has, not everyone, but a lot of people have an elderly neighbor that they can share the information and talk to them about this initiative.
And one last thing, also another great tool are neighborhood associations.
Yes.
There,
Yep.
because if you go there, they have a lot of seniors that
Yes.
they can recommend,
Yes.
that they can speak to, that will help get more seniors aware of this program.
Yes, thank you so much. And we did do that. We did neighborhood associations, and we'll continue to do that, as well as churches. So we did connect with both of those very, very important entities in our community. Thank you for reminding me about that.
Okay, and did you get the list? Because the city has the list of all neighborhood associations along with the presidents as well, because I know I attend some. And this would have been good to bring to their attention, to let them know about this program. So that's just a thought, a suggestion, that I know Planning and Zoning has the list of all neighborhood association along with the president and the secretary's information. And you might want to reach out to them as well to let them know, and they can help reach their seniors in their communities as well.
Yes, thank you so much. And that is definitely something we will do. So I appreciate that.
Councilmember Ziegler.
Thank you. Thank you, Christy, Olivia, and Andrew for presenting tonight. Real quick, it sounds like that you would like some help communicating to the residents about your program and how they can, either volunteer or be a part of it. Do you have any flyers or any blurb that we can post online or any handouts we can give?
Yes, we absolutely do. How do you want us to get that to you?
You could email us.
Okay, we'll do so. And if you want hard copies, we can bring those as well, maybe to sit in the lobby.
Okay, that'd be great.
All right, thank you.
So thank you all so much for being here tonight and for presenting. When we talked about communication, and it seems like you're still figuring out like what things will be and the actual format of the programming, and where are you located? Where is it housed?
Well,
There it is.
you
That's
got it.
Georgia Health Policy.
yes.
So where would the program have a home? And if so, where would the home be? Would it be Georgia Health Policy Center or?
No, it is currently, we have an office space in East Point, and we also have Andrew's office, which is just over the line in College Park, but we do have an office space in East Point, and I don't know the address offhand.
That's fine, no worries.
Okay.
Oh, here comes Andrew.
We've had one of the small offices on the 4th floor of the Buggy. I get the names of the
Me too,
buildings.
buggy or wagon, right, but over there.
Where
I
the
got it.
city offices used to be,
Okay.
but we're not going to be able to afford that. So we are looking for a partner who can at least offer space for events, if not for an office. A lot of villages operate their connecting pieces virtually through a platform called Helpful Village. And but if we're so lucky, we would love to have a space where we could have gatherings as well as keep our records and files and meet with people. Otherwise, we'll have to impromptu it somewhat.
Be flexible. So the Finding the Flint Collaborative Regional Partnership was birthed by East Point resident, and this initiative birthed by two East Point residents, Olivia and Andrew. When we talk about communication and helping to get the word out as you get more information, it may be helpful for you all to come back, and then we could explore a MOU for use of our annex for space for meetings. We're limited on office space, so that one. But as it relates to event space, or like we have MOUs with other nonprofits and organizations that do workforce development training. And then also from a communication perspective, maybe council can consider allowing the information to be in our utility bills. So a lot of our seniors do still not only open their bills, but come pay by check. And, so that is a effective, I think, one way, not the way, but a way to help get information out about the program once it's finalized. But again, we have a significant population within our city who are aging in place, and a real palpable fear for them is, as we talk about all of this growth, what does that mean for them, and what is our commitment to them, and the decades that they've been in their homes and in this community, and are we doing things to help them stay, like legacy resident program like that we're talking about with our East Point Housing Authority nonprofit, like they have in Atlanta with the Invest Atlanta Beltline, right? What are we going to do as it relates to repairs and all of those needs that you have? So that's why you hear different questions coming from different council members, because these are conversations we've been having for quite some time around our commitment to all of our residents and being most committed to the people who are here, and not getting so excited about welcoming new people that we end up involuntarily displacing them or not meeting the needs that they have because they are our supervisors, right? And so we appreciate you and the work that you're doing, the data that you're sharing and providing to us, and we look forward to hearing more about it. I know you said you have some information to share at this point, but it sounds like you're still kind of like forming what it will actually be like. And so when we think about the mass communication and the awareness, it's probably good to let that be when it's more finalized. But if there's more information gathering or information, things like that, that you want to try to have us share. And I mean, we're willing to promote information on our communication channels like social media and all of that. But think about that a little bit more, because I think once it is more finalized, and we know there may be other avenues that we could explore. Councilmember Butler, is that from earlier again?
Madam Mayor, if I may add, we also have our fire department that you could use too. They have meeting rooms there. And so I think those are pretty much first come, first served too.
Well, since they're a nonprofit organization, we probably need the MOU for use of city buildings that could include the annex or other meeting spaces, because there are use rates
Yes, ma'am.
for those for non-residents. But
Yes,
that
ma'am,
is,
you're
I
right.
didn't think about, those are community spaces as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
First previous agenda item is the ordinance to amend the official zoning map of East Point, Georgia, from R1 Single Family Residential to RT Residential Townhome located at 0 Old Fairburn, parcels 14F0038, LL0218, and 14F0038, LL0192. Case number 2022 RZ 00106. There will be a public hearing on our agenda on Monday. Our legal department made sure that this was placed on the agenda tonight, as this case is being brought back after a court case. So the hearing is being required. Mr. Brown, staff prepared to give a update or overview to council members. 4 of our council members were not on council at the time, and so.
Yes, we'll have Ms. Smith come up and just give an overview.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, City Manager Brown. Kimberly Smith, Planning and Community Development Director. Would you like an overview from a presentation? I could present that to you. I have the presentation, or would you just like to?
I believe a presentation.
Okay.
4 people are new.
Give me a moment to set up, please.
The applicant and their attorney are here, right? So since they've been calling council members, after you finish your presentation, I'll be sure to give them an opportunity to see if they want to say what they've said to others at this meeting.
So in reference to this case, this came before us about 2 years ago. It's known as 0 Old Fairburn Road. It was a rezoning. It was known as case number 2022RZ-001-06. The applicant was Anastasia Arena. The zoning of the property is currently R1 Single Family Residential District, and the request was seeking a rezoning for property that was zoned R1 Single Family Dwelling Unit, and the rezoning request is for it to be residential townhouse, which is our RT zoning district. As stated, the property is currently zoned R1. The outline of the light blue, it's composed of 2 different sites. That is approximately 9.5 acres total. The future land use map designation is our growing residential district. And this is a copy of the site plan as presented. during that time. Planning Commission and staff did recommend approval with the following conditions. Condition number 1, Planning and Community Development Department shall have administrative oversight and approval of proposed design standards. The building elevations shall vary in style and design, composed of brick, glass, stone, or stucco, or any combination thereof. The corner units shall be brick. The building elevations shall be staggered to have articulation throughout. No two buildings shall have the same architectural design. Condition number 2, there shall be an opaque privacy fence where property abuts single-family residential. Condition number 3, the project shall have sidewalks, open space, and buffers. Condition number 4, shall provide a site plan with proposed amenities identified and labeled. Condition number 5, it states a noise study. That noise study is actually a traffic study, shall be completed prior to land disturbance, building permit, and/or plan review applications. Just a note that the applicant did submit a traffic study at that time, and it should be in our files for our review. And condition number 6, the applicant must provide enhanced landscape and lighting plan to be approved by our arborist and the planning community development staff. And Planning Commission did accept the staff's recommendations and the conditions.
Why are we back here tonight? You need to talk about the full process.
In reference to this case, on the evening that it came before City Council, the case was actually denied. I would have to defer to the legal department as far as what happened, what transpired since that time.
Attorney Hartley, do we need to say anything additional tonight? Or I don't know if that's executive session, but we're back here, and I believe Attorney Wiggins briefed you as well.
Yes, Mayor. Attorney Wiggins did brief me. The only thing that I would say is that there was an order entered by Superior Court of Fulton County remanding it to the council for your consideration to be have a public hearing and make a new determination based on a public hearing held in accordance with your ordinances and state law. And so my understanding is this has been advertised for a public hearing for next week, which is your actual city council meeting, because this is a work session, so you're not going to have that formal public hearing until next week. And that it was advertised, I believe, on the 29th of May in your local newspaper, and then the applicant posted signs and sent out postcards. So it's back before you under that order for a public hearing next week.
All right, the applicant and their attorney are here. Do y'all want to come forward, or do you want to wait till Monday to say something? We'll make sure we give you every opportunity to speak.
Absolutely. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. My name is Linda Dunleavy. I am the attorney for AG Development Group, and Anastasia Arena, who is here with me as a representative of the developer. As pointed out by Attorney Hartley, it is up for public hearing next week. However, we have submitted a fairly substantial package in addition to what was in front of you back in 2022. That did not make it into your agenda packet tonight, so we would certainly hope that it makes it into your agenda packet for next week. The project is essentially the same as what was in front of you previously, with a couple of changes, and I think it's important to highlight those changes. D.R. Horton now has 102 unit housing development immediately adjacent and behind this property that was non-existent back in 2022. And Lakeside Preserve is expanding, and so there is more development in this area. Additionally, we have submitted a traffic study, which I understand council was not privy to back in 2022. The concept is very simple. It is a 41 townhome unit project. It is a fee-simple development. It is not contemplated for condominiums. It is not contemplated for rentals. The applicant is willing to submit to the conditions of zoning that have been recommended by staff, but has also offered some additional recommendations for conditions. One of those I think is very important. We met with Lakeside Preserve last week, received feedback from that neighborhood, and a couple of the items that were of concern to Lakeside Preserve included price points and whether or not we were going to have any restrictions on the townhomes being rented. And yes, we are. We are going to have restrictions on the number of rentals. This is not a condominium project, so quite frankly, we could have covenants and restrictions in place with the homeowners association governing the townhomes. It said there will be absolutely no rental of these units except in hardship situations. And we understand that that is something that the community wants. I found it interesting during the presentation of Cadre. I was kind of happy to get a little statistic from them where they said that 58% apparently of the city of East Point's housing stock are rentals. It doesn't appear that the city of East Point needs any more rentals, and so we're willing to do our part with respect to this 41 townhome unit project and prohibit rentals except in the case of hardship. They did express concerns about traffic. We have provided the traffic study. We're actually, quite frankly, digging down a little deeper in the weeds and hope we'll have some, more information for you next week when we appear for the public hearing. This is a green community that is envisioned with a lot of green building elements, with solar panels, green building materials, and it is designed to limit the deforestation on this lot. This is a topographically challenging lot for most developers, but it's very inviting for this developer because it allows her to put in a community that respects the topography, that lies gently on the land, and allows for the future residents to have a sense of being part of the environment in which their homes are. They are going to be preserving more trees than you would normally see, keeping deforestation and land disturbance at a minimum. So we look forward to presenting our full presentation next week, but just kind of wanted to give you an overview of where we are. I would invite you to please get a copy if you haven't seen it. I did try to email it to all of you of the additional material that we have submitted. There appears to be somewhat of a glitch, not sure whether it's on my end or on the city of East Point's end, but I get a message saying that the package has been received, but then I get a message that nobody's read it. I have brought this up with Director Smith, and we're going to work together to make sure that you all get that packet before next week. Thank you.
Lakeside Preserve is not expanding. There's another development coming next to Lakeside Preserve. We're fully built out at 515 units. So I just wanted to clarify that. For the record, we're not expanding.
Okay, thank you.
And as it relates to the packet, I think that's a legal question as it relates to this application, if it's the former application or a new one. So, but we can talk about that later.
The
Thank you.
consent order expressly agreed to by the judge and by the attorneys allows us to submit additional
Which is why I said
documentation.
we'll talk to the attorneys, our attorneys.
I'm sorry, that's fine.
Thank you.
It is expressly in the consent order. Thank you.
So this will go on our agenda for a public hearing. Update on policing, Deputy Chief McCullough.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, City Manager. Tonight, I'm going to provide you with an update on policing. Our mission, as always, at the police department is to provide a safe community for the citizens to flourish and the businesses to prosper. Tonight, I want to update you on the Eye in the Sky project and the Real-Time Crime Center. As you are familiar, the police department received about $1.6 million from the governor's office late last year to implement the Eye in the Sky project. And as part of that project, we're building out a real-time crime center The license plate readers that were purchased from that project, they're currently in place. Those were 6 additional license plate readers amongst the ones we already have in the city. Also, Flock is in the process of implementing their Raven audio detection device, which is similar to like a gunshot detection device. That'll cover 1 square mile on the west side of town. We hope to have that up and operating soon. Fuchsius, which is the system we purchased, which integrates cameras in the city, license plate readers, body cameras. That's up and running. We're just got a little more to do with integrating our 911 CAD with that. But we've already, part of the Fuchsius site and system, we also get everything, basically, it's kind of like police department share. So the city of Atlanta shares with us, or anything inside, basically inside of 285, we've already got access to those cameras. The city, we purchased about 200 cameras throughout the city. Those have been put in place for the most part. We're still, the vendors working with the electrical department to power up the last few of those cameras to get those live. All police officers in the city have access to all those cameras. They're currently using them. We use them a lot, down to just the patrol officer. So the real-time crime center has been built out. We've got 13 65-inch, 70-inch monitors up. We should have the computers up and running, and our plan is, or our hope is to have everything completely operational by the end of this month. And again, it already is operational in pieces, but just in the totality of everything, we expect it to be up and running at the end. And that's basically the update I've got. We're obviously continuing to collaborate with other police departments and agencies throughout our local area to run operations to deal with some of the crime in the city. Same thing that happens here happens in the other cities. So we all work together to run details. And then I know you had asked about the, I believe squatters is on the agenda. I've got a little update. I can give you a brief update on that. So the House bill.
And then also the alcohol license.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. House Bill 1017, I believe that's known as the Squatters Act. Essentially, let me find my notes here. We had a meeting the other day with the Fulton County Marshal's Department. This bill is, although it's passed, implementing it is still in the very beginning phases. On June the 6th, the Fulton County Marshal's Department and the marshal had a meeting with all the police departments or representatives inside of Fulton County to go over what this House bill has created and the takeaways from it. Basically, the House bill created a new criminal offense under the criminal trespass laws, defined as unlawful squatting. However, it's a process. There's a special investigative procedures that have to be followed. I won't go into the definition of unlawful squatting, but it's in the House bill. Essentially, from our understanding, the accused unlawful squatter initially receives a special citation from law enforcement. They basically incorporated and made this bill to where Fulton County marshals, they generally are the ones that deal with squatters and evictions and stuff. Now in this bill, it pretty much covers any law enforcement agency. So again, we're still in the beginning of trying to see how this bill works, how we implement it, how we come to actually enforcing it if we're going to enforce it from a local level. So basically, the accused squatter receives a special citation from a police officer, deputy sheriff, marshal, and then the squatter has 3 days to present to the head of the law enforcement agency with properly executed documentation like a lease, rental agreement. If the accused squatter fails to provide properly executed documentation, it authorizes entry onto land or premises, then the accused is subject to a custodial arrest. If the accused unlawful squatter provides the properly executed documentation, then there's a hearing before magistrate court within 7 days to determine whether the documentation is properly executed. Then if the magistrate court finds that the documentation was not properly executed, then the accused is subject to demand for possession and removal and possible arrest and prosecution under criminal trespass and possibly forgery. As I stated, this is a very new thing. It's very a little more complicated. So we're having to, they're supposed to have some additional meetings, training, obviously with the help of legal to where we can establish policies and procedures, make sure if we're going to enforce this, we enforce it legally in the right way. But I think that it's, the basic premise of it is that, it gives all law enforcement the ability to deal with squatters, not just the sheriff's department or the marshal's department. So I think that it's going to be something that's good. It's just going to take us a little bit of time to get where we can actually have a better understanding of it, have the rules, policies, and training in place to do this. So that's all I've got on the police update. Are there any questions about the Eye in the Sky project or anything like that?
The alcohol license for
Yes.
Courtyard by Marriott and 4 Points by Sheridan.
Yes, Mayor. This is Corporal Jester. She's going to present that.
Good evening, Mayor,
Good
Council.
evening.
There's been a request and change of ownership for consumption on premise by Navid Kapadia. He's applying for alcohol license for consumption on premises of an existing business, Courtyard by Marriott. Kapadia has no prior history with City of East Point, has passed all the background process, adhered to advertisement requirements, and obey all bylaws required as applicant. Police Department recommends the issuance of an alcohol license for consumption on premises of beer, wine, and liquor.
Okay, and then 4 Points by Sheridan.
Yes. Faharid Azadi is applying for alcohol license for consumption on premise of an existing business at 4 Points by Sheraton. He has no history with the City of East Point, passed all background process, adhered to advertisement requirements, and obey all bylaws required as a new applicant.
Okay, anybody have questions on either of those alcohol licenses? All right, they're set for public hearing, so they'll be on our agenda for Monday. On the squatter issue, thank you,
Thank you.
officer. Do we have a rollout date or effective date? Like, I've been told that the legislation became effective immediately, but like implementation is
Right.
not that easy.
Exactly. This is something that, as a local police department, we've never, usually the marshals are the ones that deal with evictions, or the sheriffs deal with squatters. As you know, we've had issues with squatters. I think the law is good. It's just, it's obviously going to help overall in the state and dealing with this. But again, we literally just had the initial meeting with the Marshal's Department, who is the ones that typically deal with this. That was on June the 6th. So it's in the infancy stages. I would not be doing a good service to tell you an estimated date. I would just say that we're gonna work on this as diligently as possible. I've reached out to the Georgia Police Chiefs Association. We're reaching out to the Georgia Public Safety Training Center. And again, with the Marshals Department and through legal and everyone else. Also, it doesn't specify, I'm assuming that it means Fulton County Magistrate Court, but it could possibly be heard in East Point Municipal Court as a magistrate. So those are things that we just have to hash out, because just like with anything, we want to make sure when we enforce this that we do it the right way and the legal way. So as soon as possible, Mayor.
Have any other jurisdictions rolled this out? Like,
Not that I'm familiar with. At the meeting on June the 6th, all the surrounding agencies, all the cities inside of Fulton County were at that meeting, and that was the initial meeting.
okay. Councilmember Ziegler?
Yes, thank you for coming tonight. A couple questions. There's been some no parking signs put up on Jefferson Avenue, Winterburn Drive, with the wrong wording on it. Is there any way that, do you have an update on what's going on with getting new ones or anything like that?
Did you say that they had the wrong name, the wrong wording on them?
It has the wrong wording on it, yeah.
Okay, I'm not familiar with that. I can speak with Public Works and see where we're at with switching those signs out. And you said it's on Jefferson Avenue?
Yes, it's on Jefferson Avenue and Winburn Drive.
Okay,
The signs are supposed to be just for students, but
oh, yes.
Yeah.
I did hear about, yes.
yeah.
I'm not familiar with, I can find out and certainly get back to everyone on when those signs will be changed, because my understanding is supposed to just be for the students, but it's almost as if they're worded where the people
Anybody.
that live there can't park there.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yep. Thank
I
you.
understand. I'll give you guys an update through email.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Any other questions?
Mr. Brown, did you have something? Is your light on from earlier? Anything else? Thank you, Deputy
Thank
Chief.
you.
Next up, council discussion on bank-owned housing in the city. Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. And I remember the last time we spoke, was it the city manager, the city attorney was actually going to bring something back, or I can't exactly remember what it was.
Well, I think we had we did have a discussion about some things, and I don't want to put words in people's mouths. I think Councilmember Friedley had indicated some help. Is this the same item? A gentleman that does some research?
Yeah, there was a researcher at Georgia State
Yes.
who worked on that study about corporate and bank-owned housing in Georgia,
Yeah.
and that is
Yeah.
on me.
Yeah.
I was going to follow up with
Okay.
him.
All right.
So yeah,
Yeah.
that's
We can
addressing that.
work, get the name and work together. It actually died, council member. It didn't, I don't remember any directive for action, but we need to get it back on task here, so.
Okay, because I know on the news recently, they stated that the city of Atlanta investors pretty much held a large portion of the housing marketing,
Yes, ma'am.
which means that they're rental property. So I don't want East Point to be in that situation. So I do want to know what if, how can we know what is bank-owned, investors-owned in the city? And how can we partner with other entities like Habitat build the whole community in the city of Atlanta with the homes, or how we can partner to maybe get loans for the houses to be sold to some of our first responders, our police, our fire, maybe school teachers, nurses, to fill those homes. So I will wait until you bring back any information. And I hope moving forward that any discussion on bank-owned homes that I hope I'm included in on.
Yes, ma'am.
I've been bringing this forward for some time.
Yes, ma'am. No.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Squatters, did you need anything else on squatters, Councilwoman Shropshire? It's probably good to just get monthly updates because people are going to be asking, and just if we know where we are around implementation, and how the system is going to respond to the new law, I think that would be helpful. We could make this July work session. Street topper on Headland and Delowe, Councilwoman Shropshire.
Thank you. I also asked about this as well. And I don't see Public Works. I think I asked if they could bring back something. How would we do the street topper on Headland and Delowe?
Remember, this is the first time we talked about it because we had to move it from last month because we lost quorum.
It's okay. We can get
But
the Public Works
so
director.
I don't think we talked about
I
it.
think actually you were out when I brought it up.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we
Just give us
moved
a
it
minute.
to
Just give
the
us-
work session. And now it's here, but originally, when we first talked about it, I brought it up and said the way that the streets are made now with the signs, how can we do it that way? Being that they redid whole Headland and Delowe. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, come on up, Jeff. It's about the street topper, Delowe Street.
Councilman.
So
Mayor and
we're,
Council.
so we're looking at putting a street topper on Headland and Delowe in honor of Rico Wade, who started the Dungeon family.
Mhm.
And it originally started right there at Headland and Delowe in those
Mhm.
apartments. Being that the way they redesigned the streets,
Mhm.
the lights,
Yes, ma'am.
how can we possibly do a street topper there? Being that that area, the lights have been redesigned.
So when you're saying signs toppers, they go on top of the street sign, or you want something to go across, hangs across the ones that hang across the wiring for the up high, off the poles? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because there are no more poles.
Yeah.
I don't,
Yeah, they are. Well, yes. But you want it up high,
yes,
swinging across there.
yes.
Yeah, I'm sure we can do that. We have to get with the electric department, but those signs can be installed like that. Yes, ma'am. It would be just like if we had the street signs there, like you see some of the commercial areas where the street signs going across the pole.
Mhm.
That's something that we could do.
Okay.
We had to get a design on it. We could do that.
Okay,
Probably something good that we might want to look at when we're doing with our sign company with the wayfinding signs.
Mhm.
City limits wayfinding signs kind of thing. We might want to discuss that with them.
okay.
Mhm.
Do you know what the timeline would be to get that back? A design?
I can check with our staff that's working on that, and we can get that back to, we can get it back to the city manager's office, and he can get that to mayor and council probably this week.
Okay,
A timeline on that.
okay,
Because I think we'll be moving on, getting those signs approved by mayor and council if it hasn't been. I think it came to mayor and council a couple of weeks ago, so all that project is in movement.
okay, that'll
ma'am.
work.
Mhm. And then we'll do that, then we'll have some type of design to give you an idea of how it's gonna
Okay.
look.
So you know it would be Rico Wade, and I think I said it, the owner, who originally started the Dungeon family,
Mhm.
which started out right here in East Point.
Yes, ma'am. And so once we talk to staff, and then I'll get to the city manager, and he'll get that out to mayor and council this week to let you know via email, status on that.
Okay, all
right.
right. Thank
And
you.
then I guess it's something that we can bring to next week's council meeting to discuss again.
Perfect.
Okay.
That'll be good. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Have we already council voted and approved doing the street topper?
No, I think we
So-
just discussed.
So we would need to take action on that. Are we ready to put that on the agenda for Monday? I mean, I know it'll be a process after that, but in order to give them authorization to move forward, council would need to approve it, and then they could work out logistics. Can it go on consent, or do we need to put it on the agenda in the objection? Anybody have any objection to street topper on Headland Delow for Rico Wade? No objections? So we'll put it on consent and make sure it's just messaged correctly. Okay. And then once we prove it on Monday, they can move forward, and then y'all can bring us back whatever updates and give us a timeline so they could, I'm sure, Organized Noise, the Dungeon Family, Goody Mob, all of them will be appreciative of it and would probably like to be a part of when it's rolled out. Okay, so consent agenda, Madam Deputy City Clerk. Number 7 went to July work session. Number 8, Ward D Rec Center, Councilmember Butler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The purpose of adding this to this agenda is to ask staff to explore making an addition to the rec center based upon what our needs are in order to make East Point truly a travel destination. It has been expressed that there's a gap in the services that we're able to provide. And that gap is with the recent loss of possibly the Legacy Center being a vendor we could use. There's a lack of space for East Point to hold events. After consulting with our Conventions Bureau, it is stated that in order for us to be competitive but not directly compete with the GICC, if we could look at developing a conference center in conjunction with our recreational center, that we will be able to compete in bringing tourism to the city of East Point. And what I'm saying that we do is we need to be able to comfortably host 500 people. And once we do that, then we can attract some of those conventions to our city to help fill up the hotels. And so in us developing our recreational center, something that's equivalent for the 21st century, which will have a dog pad, a splash pad, an aquatic center and gymnasium and some of these other things, that we allow staff to explore the option of adding some type of space where it can accommodate an additional 500 people comfortably, so that we can begin to draw more business and convention business to the city of East Point. And so I have not had a chance to speak with staff about this, but I want them for the council to consider authorizing them to do that study to increase the size of us being able to host at minimum 500 people. I mean, maximum 500 people.
Have we approved the final design for a rec center? I don't recall that.
Not quite, but I can give you some idea of the scope.
When I say have we approved, I'm saying has council
No,
voted
we
to
have
approve?
not.
Okay.
Okay, some of the design cues, we did take that into account regarding a space that can be multi-dimensional. We're hoping to have a space in the recreation center in the atrium area. The capacity is 200, but the way we're going to be designing the courts to attract national attention in the areas of basketball, volleyball, and pickleball, there will be more than enough space where we'll be able to use an open court type of scenario to hold a convention. Now, it might not have all of the computer queues that you might have at some convention centers, but the capacity will be large enough to hold up to 500 people. But it won't be a dedicated convention center.
What I'm thinking of too is, have you ever been to where the zoo, and then they have a space where they have tables and chairs and they can sit up, and it's very nice. I'm not sure what that capacity is. And I recognize that the gym would be something that be add value, but I would prefer when we do this study, if we were in I think you said, what part did you say for 200 people? What part was it?
The atrium.
The atrium.
Uh-huh.
If we were looking at designing that atrium part for 500 people as opposed to 200. And so maybe we can, if council approves, we can give you guys the permission to look at that.
Okay.
And that's what I'm bringing to council. So it's a simple request that we allow staff to explore that option as they explore the development of that recreational center. In particular, because once we have that space developed, and if we can get it completed in the next 2 years, then we can fully take advantage of the World Cup, with practice fields being at the Georgia Soccer Park, and then that atrium part and things like that with their recreational center. So that's what my ask is of council. If it pleases the council, we can have staff look at exploring that option.
Yeah, I think based upon what I'm hearing from staff, there's already exploration of meeting space that could hold up to that amount. I don't even know what design y'all are talking about because we haven't approved one. I don't know that. I mean, Councilmember Butler has shared a concerning idea. Like, my understanding, you're still in the exploration phase. Like, I don't recall voting on or having that council voted on the design. So, Mr. Brown.
Yeah. So, Madam Mayor, we're in the beginning stages of a lot of this right now. You'll be acting on retaining the services of a bond counsel, a bond underwriter, and financial advisor, so that we can look on how we're going to fund this facility. Right now, there are some rough estimates out there about $38 million. Could be more, could be less. And our goal is to come back at some point with we have a lot of information from Parks and Recreation, but we have not gotten to schematic design or program development or any of that. So this would be the time for us to talk about that. And if that would come up as an option or an alternative, that could be included right now as an option to look at. Doesn't mean you have to include it in the project, but at least you can look at it and see what it is.
Yeah, I don't think that takes council action if you're still designing, but I don't recall. Attorney Hartley, and I could be wrong, government bonds, like if we issue bonds, that has to be done by referendum, right? And then the revenue bonds are something that can be done without going to the people, because the revenue from whatever we are building will be used to pay those bonds. So help me understand, because one, I don't recall, I could be wrong, I don't recall us voting to issue bonds for the facility because we don't know what it is and what the cost is going to be yet. But two, as it relates to bond, I vaguely recall I took some classes probably about in 2014, so I could be wrong. But government bonds, GO bonds, I thought had to be approved by referendum, and but revenue bonds would not have to be, and that's for the city. Now, I don't know if we're talking about the development authority or somebody else issuing bonds, but I mean, there's a lot of talk about engaging people, and I just don't recall decisions having been made by council. I could be wrong, but Attorney Hartley, GO bonds and am I making this up? Aren't there differences between bonds?
You're correct, Mayor. They're there are differences in GO bonds or general obligation bonds, which do require a referendum, and revenue bonds, which do not require referendum, and revenue bonds have a dedicated source of income that is through user fees or
Taxes.
through other sources that are not your general taxes and therefore are not a general obligation of the city. They would be more of a limited obligation of the city. So it just depends on how the project is structured as to whether or not it would be a GO bond or a revenue bond. And without additional details, it's hard to know, but so it depends on the project and who's involved in it and how it's structured as to whether it would be a general obligation bond or whether it would be a revenue bond.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful to have at next month's work session or the first meeting in July, next month's work session, an update on where we are on this rec center, because I'm hearing a lot of stuff that I don't recall happening. I could be wrong. I missed a couple meetings. Councilmember Butler was talking. Your light's still on. You have something else, Councilmember Shropshire? Thanks.
This will be my second time, so she's welcome.
Okay, I was going to you first, but
What I would add is that when our plan for the auditorium and the plan for the rec center was to use restricted hotel motel tax as a form of revenue to do debt service on those, because it would be considered bringing tourism into the city. So I can't remember the timetable, but at one point we had, I don't want to use the word engaged, but we had discussions with the company that generally does bonds for East Point. I can't think of the company's name, and they were even willing to do minority participation in the issuance of those bonds for the auditorium. But the auditorium program became delayed, and so it's my understanding that those agreements have expired. And so to answer your question, that's how we look to pay for the auditorium, is through bond financing, to use restricted funds from the hotel motel tax as the revenue source to cover that.
yeah, no, I'm aware of all those conversations, and I think we probably need an update on that too, because things have changed, and we engaged the project manager because we know there was an issue recently, and so we made sure that the contract for that we had with H.J. Russell was still in place around the project coordination, and there was supposed to be some coming back to us on the auditorium because of timeline changes and things that we need to get done. And so I don't recall the conversation with bond counsel. Again, my memory might escape me, but the types of discussion, the types of words that I'm hearing used would suggest that there's been council approval to be at these different places. And I don't think that's happened. And so I think what needs to happen is that we have a discussion, that there's a presentation at the next work session about this and the auditorium, so we can figure out where we are and what type of bonds are we talking about doing. If it's revenue bonds, and whether or not hotel motel tax can be considered revenue from that bonding structure, does it have to come from the actual thing you're building? Like, those are questions that hopefully our legal team can answer as we have these discussions. And if it's going to be a government bond issuance that's needed, August 9th is the deadline for referendums to be placed on the November 5th ballot. And so we need to have these conversations now, because if not, we're going to be beyond the whole election cycle if the intent is to try to do GO bonds. And so, Shropshire.
Thank you. And my question was gonna be, where are we with the city auditorium? because I know that facility can be utilized as like a conference center. My thing is, if the rec center, or if council agrees to that, then you are taking people away from your downtown within the heart of your city. And you would have 2 conference centers, because I know the city auditorium is supposed to hold at least up to 500 people, if not more. That was going to be the centralized location for any events or anything that people wanted to rent out for. My only concern is my issue, and it's not really a concern, and I'll continue to say this. We focus a lot on in-house service for the rec center, like pickleball stuff, that. But we also have to focus on our parks. How do we utilize our parks to get people to come to our parks? Because they're not just gonna come to the rec center. Everything should not be centered around the recreation center. It should be centered around park and recreation as a general, to include the parks as to how we can get people to come to the parks and participate in the parks, and have family reunions in the park, and have gatherings in the park. It shouldn't always be just focused on programming at the rec center. We gotta get out of that mindset and have a broader picture of what it is that we want. And there's also a area that we haven't touched on, but we also have to touch on special needs kids. How are they incorporated in these activities that we're doing in the programming part of the parks, as well as having activities in the actual parks? So that's my issue and my concern. One, I want to know where we are with the city auditorium. 2, how do we expand our areas in just focusing on programs in the park? We have to think about the actual parks itself. Thank you.
All right. Madam Mayor, let me respond this way. On the first part about City Hall Phase 2 auditorium improvements, the first thing we have to do is get contracts in place with the financial advisor, bond underwriter, and the bond counsel. Right now, that does not exist because those contracts expired. Okay, so there's an RFP that's out now to do that. Once those RFPs are evaluated by staff, we'll be making a recommendation to the council for review and approval. At that point, we'll be able to look at what's the best way to go. Is it general obligation? Is it revenue bond? Is it DDA and or BIDA assistance through bond financing? These are the things that will be structured based on our utility taxes or fees, if it's general obligation and those type of things. So we
No,
can get,
not utilities isn't connected to this.
well, no, I'm giving examples. I'm not
No,
saying that's-
please don't use utility about funding
Okay.
projects. That's a
Yeah.
bad example for us.
Yeah. So this is so this I'm just giving you an example, not saying that's what we're doing. So we need someone to come and help us, so that way, when we start looking at what our debt service payments will look like, we know what it is. If it's hotel, motel, if it's, I think y'all call it the most, or MCT, all these are things that need to be looked at when we put
The
together the
most cannot
package.
be used for a city auditorium.
Okay.
I think what needs to happen, have we approved the design?
No, we're not even, we
Right,
haven't even
but
retained
before we
architect.
start talking about engaging bond counsel, we don't even know how much it's gonna cost if we don't know what the design
That's
is.
what Mayor, that's what's first. First is getting the capital together, so we'll know exactly how it's going to be financed. Second is retaining the services of an architect.
What are they financing? What are they building? If we haven't approved the design and we don't have a cost, what are they financing?
We
and
have
building?
an estimate of what it would cost for this aquatic center / parks and recreation facility.
What about the auditorium?
The auditorium improvements, we have an estimate from a contractor that is about, I think, $12 million.
But when are we gonna get to design?
We haven't gotten the design yet because we have to line up the capital before we retain the service as an architect.
Madam City Clerk, can you place on the July work session a presentation from staff on the city auditorium and the Ward D Center, Rec Center? If we're talking about funding things, we need to know what we're building. What design is that? Like, but we've talked about design before, and we've had some concepts for both of them. And the last conversation we had on the update on the city auditorium was there was an issue with the, was it engineering, or there was something regarding the development, and we need to make sure we had a project manager in place because of, I mean, there are updates that are needed. And again, if we're needing to do GO bonds, we only have until August the 9th. So July work session is very important about what we're building. Like, I don't know how we start talking about financing. Like, if we have to do a GO bond, a government general obligation bond, we have to tell the community what we're building. We have to have a design or something around those layers. So July work session presentations. I don't see anybody else in. Thank you. Next up is Council Member Martin Rogers. There's a presentation from staff. Hopefully they'll be able to provide all of us updates about whatever they're talking about. OpenGov update. So there's a lot of, and we have credit card policy, I think, on here tonight as well. So we'll get to that, but there's a lot of discussion and all kinds of things around credit cards and openness and whether or not, I mean, people, every policy that I've looked at has them provided upon request. But there is supposedly technology that will allow ensuring that people can access transactions or the financial information for the city on a ongoing basis or as needed. And OpenGov was a project that was talked about previously. And talking with Mr. Brown, he indicated OpenGov doesn't allow for credit cards to be shared. And so one update on that, or whether or not there are other software programs or something that will accomplish, I mean, there's a hyper focus on making credit cards available online, or that people can just access. No other city does it in that way. But if they are doing it, what software are they using? Because it's my understanding that OpenGov, based on our conversation, doesn't do that. And so I think it's important as a government that we make actionable those things that we've been talking about, especially when there becomes a whole lot of public discord or conversation about it as if people are trying to hide stuff. So, I mean, I talked about technology dashboards since back when I was a council member going to NOC and then first becoming a mayor, but we just been talking about them. So, Mr. Brown, is there any update on OpenGov? Based on my conversation with you, you said it doesn't allow for credit cards, but it might allow, if we have purchase cards, have P cards, it might be able to allow that information to be provided, and kind of where are we with that? And then we'll be talking about credit card policy a little later.
Yes, Madam Mayor, that is correct. Originally, I thought that the OpenGov platform would allow for credit card statements to be uploaded, and I later learned that it doesn't have that functionality. And so, but what I do understand now about the technology is that if we were in a P card system, that information could also be shared differently and provide it via the OpenGov platform. Right now, staff has had at least 1 or 2 meetings about OpenGov, and we are working with the vendor right now to get it operational. We might have to come back to the council for approval, I guess, renewal of their contract or approval of their contract. So that's the update.
So you said that credit cards can't be uploaded in a part of this system. So the whole initial conversation of the person who wants to take credit for this, a former council member, was really around credit cards and statements being a part of that. You're saying that that's not a function of OpenGov. Are there other software programs that you're aware of? I mean,
I'm not aware of any. I mean, our IT director, we met with him and we kind of shared some ideas on how we could accomplish the whole credit card scenario that has been unfolding here. And we weren't able to, I mean, I'm sure Jason's not here this evening, but we could get something back in writing. But we will investigate if there are platforms out there that will accommodate or do what some of the council members have recommended or asked.
yeah, I think that's important, especially if you're going to have to come back to us on OpenGov. Needing to know, that seems to be a very pressing desire. And if that functionality is not there, it would be good to know other programs that provide it. Councilmember Freely.
Yeah, so understanding that the credit card functionality is not part of OpenGov, what is the functionality? What would it provide?
Yes, so the OpenGov platform, what it does, it allows for a resident or anyone to go online and be able to see real time what our financials look like in terms of our accounts payables, our receivables, who we're paying, how we're paying them, and also show, like I said, in real time. It is as good as the accounts payable and receivables persons that we have working here at the city. So when they are actually real time paying bills, it populates and it shows what the balances are and also shows details on who we paid with other identifier information such as transaction IDs and those types and transaction dates and those kinds of things. What we were looking at, what I thought that it could do, and I think I may have mentioned here that I believe that the credit cards could be uploaded to the system in a way where you could see that real time, but I later learned that that's not the case. But our staff thought about, well, we could just have a section not part of OpenGov to do that. And we did not look at other platforms. I'm just hearing that tonight. We did talk about other platforms, but there are not many platforms that actually do this, provide this sort of transparency. But I think OpenGov it's probably one of the biggest games in town, but it's probably the only game in town that answers your question. So at least within the limits of our research. And our IT director, he's been very involved in this in other communities. So.
Councilmember Zick.
Would the updates to OpenGov, would they be automatic or would they be manual?
Let me respond this way. I believe it's manual. I believe a lot of it's manual. And some of it is this integration that happens with BSNA, our current financial system, and OpenGov. And so it's someone does it and does the migration and then it becomes automatic. Now, I'm not an IT person, council member, so I'm not going to sit here. I'm getting outside of my lane, and I'd like to come back to you and talk more intelligent about it, or have Jason Brookings come and talk to council directly about it. So I don't want to really say too much, and you guys scold me later and say, you said, so.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So, Madam Deputy City Clerk, if you can put on the July work session, what's the category of software this is in? What do they call this type of software?
Transparency. It's just transparency software.
Government transparency software?
That's what I call it.
If you can put government transparency software on change this item title to that. And you all will look for other
Yeah, we will be between now and, you said July work session, or you said
Yeah,
next week?
July work session.
Oh, July work session. Okay,
Yeah,
yeah, between
July.
now and then we'll come back.
All right, priority-based budgeting. This is something that was discussed back in 2016. I shared the presentation it was attached to the agenda last month, but the presentation that was provided back then, during this budgeting process, there were questions from the community. There was a lot of engagement from the community as well, and they commended Mr. Brown and our finance department staff on answering their questions and being able to help them understand the budget. Priority-based budgeting is a best practice. National League of Cities trains on it. I went to it several years ago, and there's, I think, a desire from the community around being able to track what our priorities are and how we are funding in alignment with those priorities. And there's also, I think, within it, ability to have a level of software, electronic technology component to it as well. And so I believe, I can't remember if someone else actually came and gave us the presentation on priority-based budgeting, but I think it's something that this council should again consider, and we should look to moving in that vein for our FY26 budget. That gives us almost a whole year from time that it needs to be approved to be looking at it. But I think NLC, maybe even GMA at this point, but they offer classes around priority-based budgeting if any of the council members would like to attend it. But I think as we look at improving the readability of our budget, the functionality of our budget, and just really having it be accountability type document, priority-based budgeting is something that we should be considering. I could reach out to NLC to see if they have someone that can come present to us again. The presentation that they share is available. We made that available, but just wanted to bring that back up as we are moving forward. The next fiscal year budget calendar and cycle will begin before we know it. And I think this is something that we should be considering. Also, back in 2016, when this was brought up, we indicated that our FY fiscal year 17 budget would actually be in the priority-based budgeting format. I actually don't have my copy of that budget. And can't remember if I made a formal ask of staff. I feel like I might have sent an email about whether or not to get the fiscal year 2017 budget. Maybe that was to the clerk. But at any rate, I think it's something we should look at further. If no one has questions or comments tonight, I'll be putting it back on the July work session and looking to see who we might be able to get to come present to us what priority-based budgeting is and how it helps with accountability, as well as ensuring that we are budgeting in alignment with our priorities and that the residents are able to see that in a way that is easy for them to understand, but also helps with continued engagement. All right, I don't see any lights, so I'll do that for July. Next up is item 14, request council review and approval of City of East Point Parks open and close hours ordinance. Have we really made any headway with this, or are we at the same place? Okay.
Madam Mayor, I will let you know that the Parks Director will be presenting a revised ordinance based on the last conversation. But I did see a typo in it, and so I did submit a revision to the revision, but it was done later today, so I'm not sure if you have it. And when we get to it, I'll tell you where it is.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I know we've talked about trying to get the verbiage right. I think we cleaned up the language on what we're requesting. As far as the parks go, we thought it was a good idea to continue with segmenting them by program parks and neighborhood parks. We have a definitive open and close time for those parks of 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. The neighborhood parks, which would include Bryan River, Ranton, Egan Center Park, Conley Nature Trail, and Colonial Unity Park, operating on sunrise to sunset. In regards to the program park of John D. Milner, we will be eliminating any organized activities on Sundays at that particular location.
Communications, if you could share my screen. On Sundays, there can be activities at Sykes Park, Brookdale Park, Sumner Park, and South Commerce Park. Did we even build that park out yet?
In my budget request for next fiscal year, we're looking at building it out.
Okay. So this is just to have it there when we get
Yes.
there. They be able to have activities on Sunday until 9 p.m.
To 6 p.m. on Sundays.
I'm sorry, 6 p.m. on Sundays. I do see that, right? And John D. Milner, there would be no activities on Sunday.
Correct.
No organized.
No organized activity.
Permitted activities.
Oh, so they
So
can
if somebody
still
just wanted to
use
go out there,
They
play,
walk their dog, that's fine.
they can do it.
or
Because we have a fitness
have a
wall.
picnic on the ground.
Yeah, we have a fitness wall on that property as well, so people be able to exercise.
Okay.
And an outdoor soccer box as well.
Yeah, I saw that. Did the basketball?
Yeah, that's the soccer box.
No, the one that has like the workout equipment
Yeah.
and stuff.
Yeah, used heavily.
Huh?
The workout wall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was nice. Neighborhood parks are the
That's what the
other.
typo is. Oh no, it's been updated.
Well, I mean, and we have until Monday, right? So if there's any clerical errors, but also I wanted to pull up so council can see it in case there's any other concerns or changes. So these are our neighborhood parks. They'll be open for sunrise and sunset. Everything ceases outside that time. How does this feel? Councilmember Ziegler.
I think this looks pretty good. I think so. Yeah, I think it addresses the citizens' concerns and things like that. So thank you for this. That's what I'll say.
All right.
And Attorney Wiggins, did you have something?
Nope.
Councilmember.
I was gonna make the motion that we approve it, so is it something that you needed to add?
Oh, no, it's going on the agenda on Monday.
Oh, it's on the agenda for Monday, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It feel like a council meeting, but it's worth it. Yeah. It's an ordinance, so we'll have to have it on the regular. Mm-hmm. Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. I think this looks good. It helps the issue over there in East Washington. Especially if they're having something every day, it allows them to rest on Sunday. Far as I know, I don't hear any other issues in any other park where people are just going out there just with loud music and just gathering, doing things. I don't hear that because those parks are more of a community park where your neighbors go to the park and take their children. So I think this is fine. So I don't have any issues with it. And thank you.
Thank you.
All right, well, I think I think we got it. It sounds like we have it. It'll go on the agenda, because it's an ordinance, so we'll need to indicate whether or not we're waiving the first reading and then adoption of the ordinance. Thank you so much, Director Pinkett, Attorney Wiggins. I know this has been a lot of work, but I think we finally got to a great compromise. So you all were listening and figured out something that I think addresses all the concerns that we've heard so far regarding this issue, the quality of life issues that are most important. So thank you. This will go on the agenda, Madam Deputy City Clerk. Public Arts Commission, any update on applicants?
So since the last time you saw us, we did a public service announcement, blasted it out on social media. We're also working the city's Facebook page as well. Unfortunately, at this time, we only have 4 applicants. So we need 9. Yeah, we need 9. Well, yeah, we need a bigger volume to narrow it down to 9, but right now we have 4 applicants.
All right, any other questions? Sounds like we need to keep it open and share it as much as we can. Councilwoman Shropshire?
I would say keep it, we can keep it open, but I would also say go to the neighborhood meetings, because I've met people in the neighborhood at the meetings that are interested. I told them to apply. So that would be my suggestion, is try to attend the neighborhood meetings to get the word out even more. Because everybody is not on social media.
Yep.
And they're not going to East Point Facebook page, and they're not going to Park and Recreation Instagram page.
So as of probably since April, I've been attending pretty much every neighborhood meeting. I'm putting that on my calendar to do. Just as recently as, what was that, last Thursday, I was at Center Park neighborhood meeting. We were able to find some good residents that actually started to take advantage of what we have at the facility. And I'm scheduled to go to Summer Parks neighborhood meeting on Thursday.
Okay.
So I've been making my rounds.
Okay, and Meadowlark is not meeting in July?
Okay.
So, and they meet on Thursday, the first Thursday? They'll come back in August, so you might want to go to that meeting as well.
Will
The
do.
first Thursday in August is when they will start their meeting back up.
All right, will do.
Work session, so we can keep getting updates on that. Service line agreement, Councilmember Ziegler.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. So earlier this year,
Communication, you can stop sharing my screen.
we had a presentation brought to us about the service line agreement, and how, I think that the last thing that we had talked about was where, should the residents pay or should East Point cover? So I just kind of wanted to open up the floor to see if anybody has any ideas or what they would like to see. I believe that we could make a budget amendment to accommodate. I think it's $230,000 if the city were to pick up the service line agreement bill, and if not, then it's a very small charge per resident, and then it depends on if it's a resident or a commercial thing. But I don't know if anybody has any ideas or anybody wants to chime in on what they would like to see.
I'm trying to remember the cost.
$1.60?
Like to the residents, it was like $1. Was it $1.60 a month or
it's
something like that?
Yeah, it's $1.60 a month for residents, $4.50 for commercial. There's something called commercial multiple, and that's $9 a month. If we pay it, then it's $230,000 a year.
So, Mr. Brown, I see our Water Resources Director here. Their council members in, and the city attorney is in as well. I'm gonna go to the council members first, Attorney Wiggins, so we get all the questions. My question about the 230,000 if we paid it? How do you get around gratuities? Comments, Councilman Butler. Councilmember Butler.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Mayor, I would be interested to hear what Ms. Echeverria has to say on the subject because she's the person that brought it to us. So she could give us an idea as to the direction she think we should go.
Mr. Brown, are you okay with Ms. Director Echeverria, Melissa? I can't even say it tonight myself, giving us a update and recommendation.
Absolutely, Mayor.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. So I presented to you the leak adjustment warranty program through HomeServe. And the goal of the presentation is just for us to figure out options for our residents and also to account for the amount of water loss and lost revenues for the Water Resources Department. I have other presentations coming up, but we have quite a few regulations coming up with PFAS, with retrofitting the plant, with some emerging repairs to the dam. So in terms of water resources, our funding source is enterprise. That's the funding source of people paying their water and sewer bills. The issue though is if someone has a water line leak, we do not adjust the entire bill. We just give them a sewer credit. But with that being said, there's a loss to the city and it's also a loss to the residents because many of them cannot afford that. And so last year, we did $700,000 in adjustments. And though I would love water to be free, we know that it is a public good, but the water has to be treated for health and safety reasons for it to be safe for us to drink. And those are costs associated with that. So just to give everybody an idea, we have 2 reservoirs that both need repairs. We have over 300 miles of water lines, and we have an additional 22 miles of broad water lines bringing water from Lithia Springs all the way to the city of East Point. So again, the goal is to see if we have that option available, to bring it to council to see if that's something that you're interested in. But I can say the 230 cannot come from enterprise because we've already created the budget and we have so many things to do this coming year. So a water and sewer budget would not be able to accommodate it. However, the closest city that participates is the city of Fairburn, and residents do pay that $1.60 cost. And so if someone has a leak, they contact the customer care department. The customer care department gets them in contact with the HomeServe clients. The water and sewer staff come out and do an investigation to determine what the cause of the leak was. They repair the leak and a check is cut to the city. The resident does not have to pay for the water loss. It's like an insurance program. So I feel $700,000 in adjustment could be repairs for the dam. I feel that that can be a new water line. That could be a new sewer line. We have a lot of repairs going on in the city. So the goal is to see if you're interested. Now, if you are interested in residents pay, everyone has to participate in the program and there's a step to opt out of that program. And we would do telephone, we would do postcards. We also have, we would use social media outlets as well, and billing inserts if people want to opt out of the program.
We do a communication, education, like information piece before we decide to see what the community's
Yes.
temperament is for it.
Yes.
Zen, was it? Who was talking?
I was.
Okay. To turn your life off. Okay, because that was him.
Thank you so much for your presentation. So it's your opinion that because the fee is so nominal at $1.60 and that because we have other infrastructure issues that we need to take care of, that this nominal fee should be passed on to the residents?
Yes, and the reason why is it's just not residential. There is a cost in there for commercial businesses. And you can't decide if you're going to do residential and not others. So that's why everybody buys in, they buy into the program, and they have the option of opting out. So it's just not residential. This program will go for commercial, industrial, and single family businesses and residents.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. So I think we pretty much answered the question. We'll put everybody, dump everybody in there. So as far as like doing the communication and let people know, like the mayor was saying, just to educate the residents about the program and then give them that option that they can opt out of it. We would do that, I guess, through the utility bills, number one, because that's what it
Yes,
costs.
it'll be an extensive program, and again, along the way, if we feel that we can do better, we can always opt to change. But right now, because I've worked in the city for so many years, I know what's expected of me to put out. So we will make sure that we cover from the youngest individuals to the oldest to make sure that we're not leaving anyone out of that type of communication.
Is there a deadline for this or like a rollout, or we just,
No.
we just pull the trigger and bam, everybody's in it?
The goal is to hopefully don't do over almost $1 million with water adjustments. That's the goal. So this could be a savings for us this coming fiscal year.
All righty, well, thank you.
Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. My question is, how will they be billed? Because I know with the regular service line warranty, the residents sign up for that and they are billed directly for that. They pay whatever the cost up to a year, or they pay monthly. So are they gonna bill them the additional $1? How will they be billed for that?
No, the reason why this is different and the city has to opt totally in with the option of each person to opt out, is because it's going to be a line item on your utility bill. It's going to say leak adjustment program.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Councilmember Cummings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is a little bit unrelated. With all the, I guess, the heartburn that Atlanta just experienced with those, with the water main breaks, where are we with East Point? Because I know pretty much everybody has aging, infrastructure. Is there any way that we can sort of tell where we are or gauge or hit particular areas or?
Yes, so I want to say 5 years ago, I did an assessment of all of the water mains based off of break history. And from that, we identified what we need to do right now. So I would say, since the adoption of the municipal option sales tax, I typically have a minimum of 5 contractors in the city nonstop replacing aging water lines and sewer lines and storm. We have not stopped working. I mean, this fiscal year that we're getting out of, we had to do a $2.5 million budget amendment to ask for more money that had accumulated in the municipal option sales tax account. So we are doing everything that we possibly can. And if you think about it, we actually haven't had as many outages as far as boil water advisories. I'm not saying that we're immune from that. If I had a crystal ball, that I would be lucky. But I'm doing everything I can where if we've done 2 to 3 repairs on one street, we already have identified that that line needs to go. So we will continue until the municipal option sales tax is depleted. Aging infrastructure is not an East Point, Atlanta thing, it's national.
Right.
It was placed in for a reason, but no funding source to maintain it. And so heart goes out to them because I truly understand what that is like to have water outages and do advisories. So I'm doing everything I can to prevent any outages.
Okay, thank you for that update. And the reason that I wanted to just to have you speak on it a little bit, because the impact, it's a domino effect. So what you have to really look at is just the fire protection service. Because when those mains went out in the city, we had to actually, they brought in actual tanker trucks with water, because if that was out and houses caught on fire, there was no way to get water, with the exception of the 500 gallons that's on the apparatus. But I mean, that goes in like 2 minutes. So the thing is, you really have to think about it. And then what happened, it was a residual effect when that was out, where the pressure backed up and it ended up, because we ended up with 2 additional water main breaks in the city. So I was just wondering where East Point was.
Well, we haven't had, they had more than 1, they had 4. And so, for instance, a few years ago, we had a break directly in front of the water treatment plant that affected the entire city of East Point. Can it happen? Yes. Is it rare? Yes. We have 4 above ground storage tanks, as well as valves where we can try to manipulate and push water in other areas.
but it is possible. If we have a main break on the raw water side, bringing water to the city of East Point, that's also possible, but we have two 20-inch lines that do that. So it is possible. It just depends on where the break is at. It's rare, but it can happen. If we have areas where just Camp Creek was impacted, we have areas where Lakeside Preserve was just impacted. But we can manipulate the system to try to push water in those water pressure areas. It's better having a complete outage. So let's just say there is a fire. It's a possibility that we can push towards certain fire hydrants unless it is a complete break at the water treatment plant or on the Sweetwater side.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Attorney Wiggins.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to make sure we're all talking about the same issues. So I know Councilwoman Shropshire brought up the water line billing that they get directly from whatever company the NLC contracts with. And then what I hear and what we've been talking about, I understand, is the leak protection insurance. I'm not sure if the document in the agenda talks directly about the leak protection insurance, and it looks like it talks more about the original plan that everybody's aware of, the one where they can pay in and get someone to come out, determine the issue, fix whatever and if they're the same program, then great. But if it's something different for the leak adjustment, whether or not that's a gratuity is a fine line. So the benefit certainly comes back to the city, and that's the whole thing to get around the gratuity clause. The benefit obviously would be us not writing off so much money with leaks on the water bills. And so I think you can get around the gratuity clause for paying for leak adjustment insurance only, not paying for the other insurance for the service line when a citizen gets that insurance, has a contract to come out, right, and fix whatever their issue is. So if they're two different things, then we need to be clear that it's only the leak adjustment and not the actual service line work that's done to the private property.
Yeah, and sorry. And I had meant for it to be the leak adjustment.
Yes, it's two separate programs, two separate, yes. Which is that's not what's important. The leak adjustment is not.
So, Councilman.
So it kind of sounds like we may be okay with having the residents pay the $1.60. It sounds like.
You need action from us on that for home serve? Do we need to make that decision
Right,
publicly?
so the goal was to do the presentation, and if the support was there for me to put it on the next workshop with the contractual obligation. So the packet that's there is just a combination of all of their programs. I'm just interested in the leak adjustment policy because most residents have taken advantage of the serve line one when you have a line break and contractors come out and repair for a low cost. So the goal is to, you give me permission whether or not to put it on the next work session and put the dollar amount and the contractual obligation. And the city can opt out at any time of the program.
Is that something that could happen Monday, or you need till July work session?
No, I can have it prepared by Monday.
And the reason I'm asking that is because there's a whole communication piece, right, ahead of that, in advance of that, before people see it on their bill,
Okay, so
that we need to
okay.
talk about.
So I guess then I would need just permission just to go ahead and start the public information campaign. And then I wait a few workshops to go ahead and present it to you. Because once we sign it, we're saying that we're going to start and begin the program. So why don't I just do a public education outreach piece first?
Maybe find out from them if it's possible for us to sign, but just a delayed start date, right? So like, if we approve it, we can delay the start date to like September or something to
Okay.
give us the education period, but it would allow whatever logistics are needed contractually, like all of that stuff to get put in place.
Okay.
And then that way, we're not waiting. Like, because if we wait, then we're gonna have to roll it out later. So if we can find out from them if we can have a delayed start date.
Okay.
And then if you find that out and have that information for us by Monday, then we could act Monday. And then like give you the authority to move forward with what needs to be done. Right. And then but that way we can start building the public information campaign so people will know.
Understood.
And be able to explain what it is, what the benefits are, how it can impact them. Because I think once people hear it, I don't think the $1.60 would be a big issue. But if they don't know what it covers and what the benefit is, and they see $1.60 on their bill, then that's a whole
Okay,
another
understood.
situation. Okay. Councilmember Taylor, anything else?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Madam City Clerk, if you could put it on for on Monday's agenda. If we need to pull it, we will if it's not ready. And for item I'm trying to see something really quick. So for item what is it? Item 12, if you can change that, the government public dashboard software. So I can stop getting these text messages. Okay. You got it, Madam Deputy City Clerk. All right. Item number 16 is going to the agenda. Next is discussion on council committees. And so, did I skip one? I'm sorry. It might have been right at the bottom. 15 public arts? Yeah, they gave us an update. They only have 4 applicants. So we're gonna put it on next month. Yeah. Let me see. If you could share my screen, communications. So based on the conversations we've had, I'm putting on the screen see if I can get them all on for budget. I think there's another paragraph E, but this is the draft ordinance for chairs of council committees and appointments of chairs of council. Oh, that's the same thing. Appointment of chairs of council committee. Uh-oh. The red is the red verbiages are the changes. And then that was budget and finance. This is human resources. And so, of course, we can't take action on this tonight, but, and it's an ordinance change, so it would need to go on the agenda. Are there any comments? All right, Madam Deputy City Clerk, if you could put this on the agenda. You can stop sharing my screen because I think,
I was just gonna ask, can we get a copy of this also?
oh yeah, City Attorney Wiggins, if you could. Mhm. Oh, do you have it, Catherine? Credit card, city credit card policy. When we last talked about this, we asked legal to look at the different credit card policies from different cities and bring back information to us. There are a number of valid concerns regarding this. I think we do need to add to or tweak our policy in a way, in a number of different ways. But Madam Attorney Wiggins, I'll start with you. I'll start with you to see if you have open us around comparison council members.
Madam Mayor, I know that Madam Clerk Keisha and I have looked up a number of different credit card policies, P-card policies from surrounding jurisdictions, including the states. And there are some differences, but I can certainly provide copies of those if you want to share your screen. But we have policies from various Fulton County cities, just because that's where we are. Roswell, Hateville, Alpharetta, Atlanta, College Park, Palmetto, South Fulton, and Fairburn. And like I said, also from the state. I even went outside. In addition to what Ms. McCullough found, I went outside of Fulton County and looked at Augusta, Richmond. I think it's Augusta, Richmond County, just to see some of the provisions that they have, just for comparison purposes. I'm not sure the best way to go about.
If you could share with us similarities and some differences that may have popped up. And did you get Fulton counties?
Fulton, let's see if we have Fulton. We got Alpharetta, Hayville, Atlanta, Johns Creek, College Park, Palmetto. No, but I can get it really quickly.
Anything those things that stuck out to you from similarities or differences, accessibility to the public, things like that.
All right, so I'm gonna pull up ours. Can I send it to you to share? And I'll just make sure that the one that I have is from 2016. Okay, so it hasn't been updated since then. Okay. Yes. I sent it to you. Okay. So obviously we won't be able to go through all 10 rather, that or from the various jurisdictions. I'll just pick one or two of them to look at. Not sure if the council has a preference on which one we look at, but I'll just pick one if you don't.
That's gonna be challenging because you'll have to email me each of them. So why don't we do it a different way? Why don't we start with discussion from council
Okay.
around the concerns with our current credit card policy? And I think we shared some of those previously. I don't have those notes with me. And then see where that discussion. Anyone want to start our discussion on Councilmember Ziegler?
Thank you. I think that where we landed last time was we have an okay policy, but that it's almost nearly impossible to implement it, to enforce it. And so how do we do that when essentially we're supposed to police each other and things like that? So I think that the bigger question is how do we enforce it? I mean, I do think that we need a more robust policy, but I think that the biggest elephant in the room is how do we enforce anything?
Lights on right now. I do think enforcement, and also like when we travel, we get per diem, which covers, like at the government rate, you get a check for your food and that kind of stuff. So like use of credit cards for restaurants or stuff, like probably should not be a part of it, because if we're getting per diem checks, we can't use our card for restaurants. Why we use the money. And so I'm trying to scroll through, but then my cursor is like going to the other screen. It's really interesting. Like it's acting like I have dual monitors right now. And so it's hard for me to scroll down.
Madam Mayor, if you're talking about the enforcement portion of our policy, is in section 10, Roman numeral 10. I don't know if this is getting to Councilwoman Ziegler's issue, but it talks about you can get your card privileges suspended, which certainly would apply to everyone who has a P card. But the second sentence talks about continued violations would result in disciplinary action, including termination of employment. Well, obviously that would not apply to, and that's not my phone, by the way. That only would apply, I think it's Mr. Brown. That would only apply to employees.
And so, you raise a good point. I think the city of Fairburn was the city that has an employee policy, and they also have a elected official policy, because the city manager cannot technically, he reports to all of us. So putting he or she in a position to suspend one of their supervisors' credit card privileges without that being brought to the council, right? Like that's an awkward position. And then to your point, we can't be terminated, but like, I think it's Fairburn, if I recall correctly, they have a policy, one for employees and one for elected officials. And I think, looking at this, the city manager has ability to deal with the 500 plus employees, right? But this doesn't address council. And so whether it's a addition of a section there or looking at Fairburn, again, I have to try to pull up my other laptop.
Ms. McCullough did get Fairburn's.
Didn't they have two?
Yeah, she got the one for officials. I can't take credit for finding this one. So it basically says the following is a list of violations, and it talks about violations, but it goes on to say, I'm sorry.
What does it say around enforcement?
Right, so it says the use of a procurement card may be suspended or revoked when the administrator, after consultation with the city attorney, determines that the card holder has violated the approved policies or state law regarding the use of the procurement card. And then it says the procurement card shall be revoked whenever a card holder is removed from office with the city and shall be suspended if such elected official has been suspended from office.
So they include the city attorney in their enforcement process.
Mhm. Yes.
Councilmember Cummings, Councilmember Mitchell, Councilmember.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was looking, I guess this is our policy that's up here, correct? So are we required, we have to submit a monthly reconciliation report? Just the, for the policy violation that says if the cardholder fails to reconcile his or her monthly statements in a timely manner? Okay, and then you say the city manager, okay. Right, okay.
It requires that all purchases to be recorded on a record of credit card use form. That's what your policy says under section 3B. And there's also a requirement for travel expense reports, and copies of all necessary forms are enclosed with this section of the financial operations guide. Disclaimer, I have not seen that operations guide.
Okay, I understand. So that we give the receipt. So is that something that's supposed to be done monthly? I mean, if you, each time? Okay.
At the close of each billing cycle, it says
Mhm.
that the finance department must receive the statement along with a PO and original receipts.
Okay.
So 3 and 4, I'm sorry, 3 and 5. But again, I think the policy is geared toward employees as opposed to any other category of people. I will tell you, Mayor, that there are some policies that I have seen that has a list of persons that it applies to. So as opposed to, you know, jumping back and forth between employee versus some other type of official, it lists who the policy applies to in the beginning. So Augusta Richmond did that. Farron does it. Or there is a definition portion that will define who a card holder is, employee or elected official. That's how it reads in Johns Creek, Palmetto.
So we did that, then we could have one policy and everybody addressed in it without a separate one.
Can I ask, you said the city attorney was enforcing it in one instance? Okay, I think that's a good, well, the idea, the concept was a good start. Are there other, I guess, in other people's credit card policies, their enforcement statute for elected officials? Can we get some more comparisons just on that? Or how they enforce it or who's enforcing it? Because I kind of think it would be in the same boat as, you know, I just said it's the city manager. You don't want to report your supervisor or put somebody in an awkward position, even as a city attorney, but I'm just curious how other cities do it. I think that'd be a good starting point.
Just give me one moment, I can answer you on that. So let me take Johns Creek, for instance. They have a section about elected officials. And if I have some leeway, I'll read it to you. The policy is not intended to replace current state of Georgia statutes, but is intended to comply with such state laws and establish more efficient guidelines for elected officials using such purchasing cards. At no time should a city issuing purchasing card or credit cards be used for personal purchases regardless of the circumstances. Utilizing the purchasing card for personal use or for any item or service not directly related to such official's public duty may result in disciplinary action, including but not limited to felony criminal prosecution. All purchases utilizing a government purchasing card must be in accordance with these guidelines and state law. It goes on to say under this section, which is only for elected officials, that the Georgia General Assembly establish guidelines and penalties in the official code of Georgia, which provides no municipal corporation shall issue government purchasing cards to elected officials on or after January 1st, 2016, until the governing authority of the municipal corporation by public vote has authorized the issuance and has promulgated specific policies regarding the use of such government purchasing cards for elected officials of such municipal corporation. The purchasing card policy is required by state law under OCGA 3680-24C, applies to the use of government purchasing cards used by elected officials authorized to be issued such government purchasing cards or government credit cards. And then it says the below list of officials have been authorized by the governing authority of the city, again, this is Johns Creek, to use such government purchasing cards and must abide by all of the applicable state laws and this purchasing card policy. And it lists the mayor and then it lists city council. It says that enforcement would be subject to disciplinary action. I don't know what that means for an elected official, but not limited to felony criminal prosecution. And so basically they refer back to the state law, which is 3680-24, which provides direction on elected officials. I can pull that up too.
So I guess we still have to follow state law. So I think the bigger question is how we're going to police ourselves as a body. Because at the end of the day, we still have to follow state law. So that's interesting. Yep.
Okay. So 3680-24 is the limitation on elected officials or constitutional officers such as sheriffs, judges, use of government issued purchasing or credit cards. Thirty-six 3680-24. Mm-hmm.
You can, no, I'm fine now. Sorry, I found it. Shared it. Elected official. Elected official of a county, municipal corporation, local school system, or consolidated government or constitutional officer shall be prohibited from the use of a government purchasing card or government credit card unless such purposes are solely for items or services that directly relate to such official's constitutional officers' public duties and such purposes are in accordance with guidelines adopted by the county municipal corporation. So then it gives us the ability to adopt additional guidelines. So their sole limitation, their floor is related to your office, and then you can do adopt other guidelines.
However, I think our policy doesn't meet some of those requirements. Designation of officials, I don't see where we do that in our policy.
Who shall be authorized to be issued such cards? Is there, do we have an ordinance that addresses it? It's also,
check.
good evening, it also says transaction limits for the use of such cards. Description of the purchases that shall be authorized for use of such card, a description of purchases that shall not be authorized for use of such cards, designation of a government purchasing card or government credit card administrator, a process for auditing and reviewing purchases made with such cards, and procedures for addressing a violation of such purchasing card. So yeah, this says what the policy has to include. The other one gave a limit. So maybe it's looking at this and description of purchases that shall be authorized, a description of purchases that shall not be authorized. I know we say city business, but what does that mean? And there's also a requirement that we describe what shall not be allowed.
There's no ordinance.
No ordinance, so just the policy, and it does say we can promulgate policies, but I think maybe it's a comparison of, what's this statute section again? 3680-24 of what's required, and seeing what, maybe seeing if there's some language in those other cities that might address it to help us enhance what we already have in place. Councilmember Mitchell, did you have anything else?
No, I'm done. I'll yield.
Councilmember Ziegler? Oh, Councilmember Freeman. I'm going to look at that. Yeah.
It's okay.
Question, Madam City Attorney, is there anywhere in the law that defines, and I can't remember which item it was down further, 6. How do we define credit card administrator?
So I've seen, you put it in the policy. You say who it is. It could be the city clerk, it could be the city manager. You would identify who that is. Those are the two examples I've seen consistently, either one of those roles. And that's the person that will be responsible for the reconciliation, making sure the policy is being followed. I haven't seen finance director. But like I said, I haven't looked on everybody. Mhm.
And question on number 8, can you scroll down just a little further, Mary? Okay. So it really doesn't define the procedures, it just says we should outline the procedures. And it doesn't preclude civil or criminal remedy, but, okay. I yield, thank you.
Yes, thank you. So in thinking about, I feel like we have a lot of things going on in this conversation. We have the credit card policy, we have a separate travel policy, We have the ethics ordinance. We have, that talks about fiduciary responsibility. And we have, what's in front of us here. So how do all these things kind of merge together? What would you say, Madam City Attorney?
I think they're distinct. I think your credit card policy is a policy that could be, if written better, would be enforceable against elected officials. Then you have, and/or employees, right? Whoever's issued a credit card or purchasing card. Those two terms can be kind of interchangeable a little bit. And then you have the travel policy, which governs, when travel will it be approved. So that probably is something that gets reimbursed. I would need to look back at it. Or if your policy allows your purchasing card or credit card to be used for such things, all of which need to be done in furtherance of your official duties, right? And then you have your ethics ordinance, which is an ordinance that kind of governs the behavior of elected and appointed officials. And so if you have any type of policy, whether it's travel, ethics, purchasing card, whatever your policies are, you can use the ethics ordinance to then discipline, if you will. I don't think that's the best word. I guess expose any violations to any of those policies. So all of your laws need teeth for them to be enforceable. I just don't think the one that's before you on the agenda tonight, I don't think it's very good in enforcing against anyone other than employees.
Okay. And also, can we go back to our current credit card policy? So I think in there it also says the only thing that could be a violation is that you don't reconcile in time or something like that. It doesn't have anything to do with.
I can tell you.
You have too many tabs open. You have too many tabs open. But I mean, yeah.
Yes, that's what it says under section 10. If a card holder fails to reconcile his or her monthly statements, the city manager, upon recommendation from the finance director, may suspend all card privileges. So yes, it looks like it's limited to a violation of reconciliation, but not like, illegal purchases, right? If you use it to buy alcohol, while it is prohibited, when it gets down to the violation part, it's not outlined specifically.
There we go. And can you scroll down to where it says disputes?
No, it's in violations probably.
I would just like to see this for a second. Yeah. Okay. No, I yield.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I think the thing is, what we should come up with is a list of do's and don'ts with the credit card. What you can use a card for, what you can't use a card for. I'm looking at the city of Dalton. What they did was they designated the finance department as their program administrator. So then we appoint, well, hold on. List the do's and the don'ts with the credit cards. At the end of each month, like Madam Mayor said, we present, I guess, some sort of reconciliation. Just, this is everything that I've used this card for this month. From there, you'll have like City of Dalton, they took they designated the finance department as a program administrator of government credit cards, such as, and then they give a list of everything that administrator does. They go through and they check it. They look at what the statement is. They look at our reconciliation report. Once they look at it, what goes and what doesn't go. If it goes, it's fine. Like the mayor said, if we travel, go to NLC, they give us a per diem. So if we do a per diem, you shouldn't buy your dinner or whatever because you have that per diem. Technically, that's a violation. The person, they look at it, you get a ding on this. And then we work on some sort of whatever the discipline is going to be, if it's a progressive discipline or the warning, this is not what it's used for, first occurrence, and you do something more, the punishment or whatever, it gets more and more progressive. And from there, I mean, and just whatever the final straw is. I mean, if it's some ethics charges or if it's some criminal, whatever it is, I think that's in a nutshell, just kind of how the policy. So I think our policy is written very loosely. So if we just kind of shore up some stuff, but with that being the main thing, I mean, because either we self-police or we police one another, or we have an administrator do the policing. But I think if we do our part, you know, at least give you all the information and you kind of look at it and you can see what we should or should not have done. And we just go that route. So I don't know if we have a administrator. I know they're saying, like I said, the city of Dalton, their finance department, there was someone in its administrator that they appointed out of there. Because I don't think we have anyone that.
Yeah, I mean, for council, the city clerk navigates all of our stuff. For the employees, it's probably somebody different. This one says the finance director, city manager recommendation from finance director. I don't disagree with anything that you're saying. I feel like that shouldn't be on staff for elected officials. I feel like you're putting staff in a very awkward position to have to be making those decisions about elected officials. And so I
don't
think
think it's an awkward position. I mean, it's the rules. This is what you use it for. This is what you can't use it for. And it's just a matter of them just looking at it. The only thing they're doing is they're checking a box. They use it for this. This is fine. They use it for that. That's not what they're supposed to. And that's it. I don't see it putting anybody in an awkward position. That's just what they're supposed to do. They just look at the statements.
And based on 11 years being in this city, I can tell you, I mean, it's challenging enough at times to not have staff involved in politics. Like, I think at this council level, we need to be figuring out what our role will be in it, instead of putting that burden on staff. If they look at it and they see it's there, who do they report that to? Because if it's on the staff side, their supervisor is the city manager, who's over day-to-day operations, who then reports to us. If it's on the council side, it's the city clerk, and it's one of her supervisors, right? So like to say, okay, they're gonna just start denying charges without having any level of interaction at this level. The reason why you don't see that in other people's policies is because it is right for politics. When you put the responsibility on employees, I think we need to figure out what's going to be our involvement. Like, okay, yes, the city clerk does all of our cards. My assistant reconciles and sends it to somebody in finance. But if there is an issue, how does that get addressed with at this level versus telling them to deny a charge?
I don't say not denying the charge. They don't deny the charges or anything. I'm just saying when everything that I did in May, my statement comes in May, I do a reconciliation and I give it to her. Everything is already done.
Mm-hmm.
They just say whether it was this.
So the council member says, no, that was for this, that, and third. It was city business. And so that person is supposed to.
City business is city business and it's not an issue.
So city business that we can do at this level is not just wide open. You just can't go out and do stuff and say it's city business.
Exactly.
Right. But if the response to the employee, city clerk or finance director, whoever this person is, that's bringing this up, is to a council member, they say, oh, that was city business. What are they supposed to do then? And I think that's really where we are.
Well, I think then when it comes to it's an ethical thing just for me as a council person or anybody else that sits up here. I mean, you know what you're supposed to use a card for. So
right, but the reason we're having this conversation is because we have challenges that we need to address.
So and if not, well, in the spirit of not putting the city clerk or somebody in an uncompromising position, make 8 copies and then we police each other. We all look at it then. If it should be a report, maybe 15, 20 pages, and you look at it and you see what it is and what you think about it. That way we're policing ourselves.
I mean,
I just-
I'm not saying no, but I think you're now thinking along the lines of, we need to do something.
I know.
I don't think it's, they're gonna send that to, somebody's gonna send that to one of us, and they, whatever the response is, it is. And if they go back and forth with that person, right? Like, that's not really at the employee level, you know. And then looking at the ethics ordinance and when our ability to do whatever, I think Councilmember Ziegler brought up a good point about how do all of these interplay and what things do we have to do through ethics, but what things can we do before that, right? I know it's like, forgot all of the reprimand and those types of things, right? That comes through a different process, but what can we do? Because
Those
we
are
wouldn't be
my
having this
suggestions.
conversation
I
if
don't
we
know,
didn't feel like.
we need to come up with something. So, I mean,
I don't disagree with you. I just don't think it should be staff's responsibility to police us. They can alert us, they can give us information, but
and that's, yeah, that's it. That's all I'm really saying. They just look and they say, well, this checks off in this box, this goes in that box. No recommendations or anything. They're just basically just like a test. If you take a test and these are the answers, they check them off, and you got it right or you got it wrong. And
but
that's
then
it.
what happens after that?
Part two.
Yeah, that's right.
It's a quantity.
I'm not, I mean, and maybe it's a hybrid, right?
Yeah,
like maybe
I mean,
that's a
don't know,
part of
I'm
it, but
just- I mean, you know, just so we can.
I do like the part about administrator. Maybe you need an outside administrator, like a board, a citizen over, some type of board, or like you say, take the pressure off. But if we need to go get a third party administrator, somebody without, I mean, clearly we're not capable of doing that. So
that's not, I mean, you're saying you don't have, like, I don't know if everybody feels like they don't have the ability before we start paying a third party, paying somebody
not
outside,
paid, but
like,
get a third party.
why can't we try to come up with a process to do it ourselves? Like, are we saying that we're not going to address it? We need to pay a third party. They still can't address it. They just gonna tell us information.
I wouldn't say paid, but to have a third party administrator. Like I said, they have citizen boards like that. We have an ethics committee. If we have to send it to the ethics committee for them to take a look at it and they vote on it.
There's the only way the ethics committee can get involved by ordinance is if a ethics complaint is filed.
Well,
So
the same concept. So a committee like that overlooks this kind of stuff. We don't have to pay anybody, but I don't know. I do like the administrator part. I just, to get rid of all conflicts, I think it needs to be a third party.
Councilmember Freely.
I haven't spoke.
Oh, Councilmember Shropshire hasn't spoken, so I'll go to her, then you.
Thank you. I do say, we do need something. But to have a board made up of a group of citizens, I don't think that's gonna work because not everybody, they're not gonna be, so each person will have to appoint somebody. Somebody's person would say, no, this is not, we're not gonna do this. It's gonna be a whole lot of back and forth, and you're still not gonna accomplish what you want to accomplish. And at the end of the day, you still have to allow people due process. So what some people may feel that's not related to city business, and it very well could be related to city business. So you have to allow due process. Everybody's not gonna agree what should and what should not be purchased. Somebody may say, I don't think we should use Amazon, but everybody uses Amazon. Everybody uses Chick-fil-A for whatever reason, whatever they're doing, everybody uses their credit card. So to put staff, because at the end of the day, and I know I keep hearing this, we are supposed to police each other. No, we do not. Council is a self-policing body, which means you police yourself and do the right thing. Nobody is up here to police anybody or to say, you can't do this, you can't do that, and this is what they're doing, and this is what they're doing, and we're gonna put their information out there because we want everybody to see what they're doing is wrong, and I'm gonna share my information because I want y'all to see, oh, I'm right. No, that's not how you do it. Now, if we're gonna come up with something, then it should be something that everybody can agree to. But for instance, we police each other. No, no, no. Council is a self-policing body. That part we should all understand. And if the city clerk is the one that technically is the administrative, because the city clerk office is the one who pays the bill, they're the ones who get all the credit card statements, then move forward with that. But if you feel like, and as the attorney said, there are some things that we can add to it, then add to it. But at the end of the day, how are you going to determine what should and should not be purchased? Now, we all know if you get a what is that? When you don't use your credit card when you travel? Per diem. If you get a per diem, then you should know not to use your credit card when you got a per diem check. Now, you know that's an automatic. You can't do that.
What happens when that happens? Like when that happens and the credit card comes in and the city clerk still pays it. I think that's the question. And I think if we try to appoint another board for something like this that could rise to an ethics issue, then you're circumventing the ethics process. And this is not going to be something that's just, advisory or different ordinances or whatever. You're talking about actual charges. So I think the ethics commission is the board that deals with this if a complaint is filed. But when that does not happen, if somebody should get a check and use their card and the city clerk pays the bill, right? Like, I think while yes, we're self-policing, how do we prevent resources from going out that shouldn't? And maybe it's having the city attorney take a look at the state statute that we just pulled up, our policies and others, and figure out like some language, like give us something to respond to around that so that we can see. But Councilmember Freely, Councilmember Shropshire, were you done? Then Councilmember Freely.
Yeah. I think key for me is that we have a policy that's in line with the state statute that we've been discussing. And clearly we've seen that there are key areas where we are not in line. And so I think that's just an easy one. We should be in line with the state statute. And then I appreciate the comments from Councilwoman Cummings and the mayor on sort of, we need to work out what do we do when it happens, and I think the role of the court administrator and the defining of the court administrator, not the court administrator, the card administrator, which is in the state statute, is critical. And I think that's kind of where we're settling on sort of how do we refine that to give it some teeth. But for elected officials, yeah. But I think getting in line with the state statute is, sort of mandatory.
Work session, if you can do a red line of our policy of where like we add things or like based on the state statute, so we can see like what areas needed to be included or enhanced, and use all of the other ones that you have to see like how they've addressed it. And not put it all in there, but I'm just saying like what a recommend, like give us something like a edited version of our policy that addresses the state areas and maybe use the other cities as resources for whatever type language. July work session. So everybody's okay with July work session for 18. I don't see any lights. Granicus, I feel like Madam Attorney Wiggins, this came because we didn't have a contract when it was on the agenda. So it did go through procurement? Okay. Because had we already approved the value, the vendor and the contract? So we need to, it's been reviewed as the form by legal, needs to go on the agenda for Monday. So then I can get authority to sign. Agenda, Madam. Anybody have questions on that one? Yeah, 19. Is it time sensitive?
I asked the city clerk that, and she actually would like action at this meeting so that they could start as soon as possible, doing the implementation.
Madam Attorney Wiggins, we've done that, and it does indicate on the agenda. Thank you, Councilman Shropshire, that it might be taken tonight. So we can take action tonight. There's a motion.
I make a motion that we approve Granicus for full service meeting management, not to exceed $64,000.
Second.
Seconded. Any discussion? Councilmember Cummings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So granted, because this was the company that did the rental, the short-term rental. So we're gonna, they didn't do anything the last time. So I'm trying to.
So I think they actually have been using it for city clerk stuff, and it works for them. That was the concern I had too. I don't know if the deputy city clerk can say, how have y'all been using Granicus and how long?
Yeah, so we've been using Minitrack through Granicus since I've been here, and I've been here for 10 years. So we're fine with it. This is basically just an upgrade to it. So it'll make things a lot easier as far as cataloging back. So right now, there's like the video or the live stream that we can go back and watch on YouTube. But the way this new software will work is that it will be kind of like catalog. So instead of searching through the video to find out where this was discussed, it'll catalog it. So you can click on a hyperlink to go directly to that part in the video. And they'll also do like the live streaming. It'll be a transcription portion to it as well. So you can see what was said at exactly this point in the meeting. So it'll be a lot easier and a lot more user-friendly for the residents to see as well.
Okay, so this is something separate from the. Yeah, but the same vendor, but this is something, okay, because I thought, I was like, gotcha. Okay, so we on, okay. Revote, I'm sorry.
In addition, learning from the ITC Committee of the National League of Cities, the federal government is mandating that all videos from council meetings be closed captioned, and this software allows for that to be done.
And just to address Councilwoman Cummings' concern, that point did come up at our last meeting when Madam City Clerk was here, and she explained that it's essentially sort of a large company, and this is a sort of an entirely different kind of functionality. But she seemed extremely confident in this software.
Any other discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up, whistleblower hotline services. You can stop sharing my screen. Communicate.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. Previously, we had, you all voted for the vendor on this contract. I was told to bring the contract back, showing the pricing that should be attached to the agenda item there as well. And that contract is there for you all approval tonight. Yes, ma'am. I said previously, you all voted for the vendor, the approval of the vendor itself. I was told to bring the contract back, showing that the lump sum cost is an annual subscription and then a one-time cost within the contract. That's actually attached to the agenda item and the breakdown of the actual cost as well. Looking for you all approval on the contract tonight.
You can't do it tonight because it's not indicated on the agenda that we might take action on the item tonight. But also, we need more information in the agenda item. So it just says whistleblower hotline services on the agenda item for the agenda. But it's not indicated that we will take action tonight, like item number 19 is.
It was previously, it had all the information.
Yeah,
from
no
that.
worries. Just if you put it on for Monday, we could put it on consent. Anybody have any objection to this going on consent? We need this in place. So we could put it on consent.
Okay.
But we just need more information there.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you. So Sister Cities International Alliance, back on February 11th of 2019, I placed this on the agenda because former Mayor Patsy Jo Hilliard and also former Mayor Macon were a part of the Sister Cities International Alliance. And if you could share my screen, communications. And so the Georgia Department of Economic Development actually lists on their website all of the Georgia cities and their sister cities. So you'll see for East Point is Limon, Costa Rica, and San Juan, Dominican Republic. Limon, Costa Rica was first. Hilliard started this, I think, in November 1996, and then we weren't able to find any. She actually set up a committee of residents to like a sister cities committee. They actually had an East Point Sister Cities International Association, Inc. That's referenced in two resolutions that were done when Mayor Macon was mayor, supporting San Juan. So I believe Mayor Hilliard brought in Limon, Costa Rica, and I saw some notes and minutes that San Juan officially became a sister city on February 18th of 2008. And so when I was looking at it back then, this whole idea of like how do we connect internationally and globally, the Sister Cities International Alliance was the organization. And of course, like I said, Georgia Department of Education has this there. So if we go there, they have information. So this organization has been around for quite some time. It actually helps cities have real robust relationships or foreign partnerships with international cities. And so on this page, there is a establishing sister city reference guide that talks about the planning process, a research phase, and then developing lines of communication, correspondence phase, developing a partnership agreement. So there's an actual partnership agreement that the two cities sign, and then a signing ceremony and implementation and evaluation. They provide support with all of this and a framework for it as well. Also, under benefits of membership, it indicates what that provides. So technical assistance, international training, just a list of things as it relates to partnering with international cities. For a city of our size, The cost is $25,000, $50,000, $610 annually. And I think from the conversations or the things that have come up around international cities, sister cities being used quite a bit, our East Point Convention and Visitors Bureau talks about it. We as a council have not put anything in place, and our membership, of course, has expired a long time ago with them to be able to have a process and a resource and a partner who can help us formalize those agreements or those partnerships with whatever cities we like to form those alliances with. The First Lady of the Republic of Liberia, First Lady Bakari, and the mayor of Monrovia, Liberia, were here, and actually East Point Convention and Visitors Bureau were able to get them to stay in East Point at 4 Points by Sheridan. And they had meetings since they've been here. They went to the Jimmy Carter Center. They met with some community organizations. And then I met with them again today. And Monrovia has a lot of opportunities, we'll call them, from around where it might be beneficial for them to partner with us, but also opportunities for there to be mutual benefit. And so given the number of times that sister cities have come up, and making sure that council is a part of a process or creates a process. I don't know whether or not you can stop sharing my screen, whether or not we want to go back to or implement a committee of residents like they did before. They were meeting like the third Thursday of the month, like there's information, but we weren't able to find any like initial formation documents for them. Just like I said, 2 resolutions regarding San Juan. But I think that we as a council need to have this discussion and have a process in place so that we can ensure we are aware of and agree to how we might want to try to engage or consider international partnerships. And the Sister City International Alliance can be our technical assistance partner, training partner, the person we can liaise with to be able to do it. And so my ask is that we actually renew our membership with them. At the 610, it can come from my budget, not my budget, the mayor's budget, because people, and mayor's office budget, and then have them come present with us or reach out and have that. I mean, there's a lot of resources online, some videos online that I've looked at, but just having them come. And we know that Monrovia is a city that is interested in partnering. I'm not, and there may be others, you all may have ideas of others, but there is a process that we can go through as a council to make that, put that in place. And so given the international interest or desire, I think it's important that we do this. And the Sister Cities International Alliance is an organization that the Georgia Department of Economic Development supports. It is the organization that this city has used for the 2 sister city formal partnerships that we had. And I think we should renew it and re-engage them and consider those who would want to be a sister city with us, or those we might want to be sister city with. Councilmember Buck.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There's no need for you to take that out your budget. We already have a sister city budget line item in our budget. I too had a chance to meet with the mayor. So far, I met with him on Saturday along with the First Lady. And so as council both know that the sister city is one of the things I've been passionate about. It's one of my initiatives. And I too consulted with the mayor. And so I just want to let you know that we can pay for that out of the sister city budget.
I appreciate you bringing up that point, because it need to be very clear about what that sister city's line item in the budget should be used for. And you're right, it can be used for fees of this and anything that council approves around sister cities as a council. Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Yes, I want to say thank you so much for bringing this initiative to our attention, but I think that we should start with what is on paper first as our initial reach out for our sister cities, We already, you said that you found 2 documents that say San Juan, and what was the other place? Limon in Costa Rica. I think that we should reach out to them to see if they're interested in reigniting it, and we go from there. And then we branch out, or we can do it in conjunction. But I'd like to see it, since it's groundwork already laid for San Juan and Limon. I think that we should have start with the conversation there, since they're already listed. You stopped sharing your screen.
Yeah, I did. So, Limon, Costa Rica was from like 1990, late 1990s.
Right.
And San Juan was in 2008, I believe. What we'll notice, you can share my screen again. They have, so the resolutions that I was able to find, actually, hold on a minute. If you could stop for a minute, I need to pull something up. Okay, you can share 06. So when you look at this page at the top, we'll see that it says Georgia City, sister city, and Atlanta has probably over 10. So I don't think there's probably more like 20. But then at the bottom, you'll see other city and regional alliances. So when I look at that, that's where I see East Point with Limon, Costa Rica, and San Juan. And when, oh my goodness, oh, no. When we look at this resolution, I think that the partnership that Mayor Macon had, because this is about San Juan and it specifically talks about, so there are ways to be an international partner for a specific project. And so you'll see in this one, the executive, upon that finding, the executive board of the committee that they have of East Point Sister Cities requested motors used with dry chemical feeders to mix purifying solution from the East Point Water Department. And East Point Water Department has agreed to donate 4 HP motors, right? Based upon a 10-year appreciation. And then there's this other one in 2008 where they actually improve the police and fire personnel communication efforts to ensure their safety. And so they needed some better equipment for communication. And so we helped with that. So the 2 resolutions that I found for San Juan have been very project specific, not an actual full-blown sister city partnership. And maybe that's why they're listed in the second part of the Georgia Department of Economic Development page versus a formal sister city up top. And so those were project specific. I think at this point, engaging with the Sister City International Alliance, having them come share with us. And then, if there have been other visits, there was someone else who came from Grenada, right? There have been others who have come to East Point and visited and expressed the interest. They help us explore like the research period. Like, what are some opportunities? Does it make sense? Like, there's a video that talks about how they help you do it and whether it makes sense to be a full-blown partner or a project partner. But that would be the assistance that we'd be able to get from the Sister Cities International Alliance. That being on consent. Approval of renewal. Madam City Clerk, Deputy City Clerk, I'm announcing this for you so you can update the agenda. Approval of renewal of Sister Cities International Alliance membership. Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Okay, so my next question is, so you found those two documents of what our collaborative effort did with them, but is there anything that shows what they did in an effort to assist us?
No, and those were entitled humanitarian aid. So there was like a big storm or some issue in San Juan at the time, and actually, there was a contingency at East Point that went there to deliver some of the things, and they reported from there to East Point how it was. And so it was more humanitarian in focus versus like the full blown Sister City partnership, where you do a partnership agreement and you have all of these things in place and you identify the win-wins, right? You identify the mutual benefits within that partnership agreement.
That's right. I remember when they did it. And I actually remember one of the things that was delivered to one of the sister cities. You really want to know?
That
Okay.
I just pulled up the resolutions and that's what they said. So I don't know the rest, but okay, so we'll put this on consent and I will reach out to them to see if like how they re-engage us, like if they'll come to a council meeting and we can, and then again, if there are cities that you all think might be of interest, a partner. I know like with Liberia, former Mayor Patsy Joe Hilliard's husband, Dr. Asa G. Hilliard, went there in the 60s to help them form their school system that they currently have in place today. Her son Hakeem was born there. She's an honorary citizen there. There are a lot of like ties, I think, there. And she was also the first mayor to try to have put us on an international or global stage, right? So during the presentation today, there was talk of that, their needs, and some mutual opportunities for like exposure of our kids here in East Point to kids there through Pen Pal or other opportunities, cultural and arts ways to partner. But the Sister Cities International Alliance can help us think through that with them or other cities. All right.
Yes, ma'am. I've already started to have conversations with Accra, Ghana, and also a city in South Africa. As we all know, we had delegates from South Africa who were interested in the Sister City project who spoke to council about their interest.
Yeah, that was February 8th, 2021.
Yes, ma'am, and we're still having those conversations along with the Conventions Bureau to invite a delegation here. So while it was, and so even the presentation you presented today, I'm glad that you re-presented it because it's things that I said then.
Yep, I brought it up in February 2019, you brought it up in February 2021, and we're here and we need to have a process in place because no myself nor one council member can enter into Sister City conversations or commit this city without the input or sharing it with council. And so I think, again, because there is international interest in our city, and yes, the East Point Convention and Visitors Bureau is attracting some of that as well. And I've shared it with them time and time again that this council does not have a process in place yet. Nevertheless, I did have the opportunity again to meet the First Lady of Liberia and share with her today and present her the key to the city. I think it's important that we as a council have conversations so that we are making sure that we're aware of what cities we are having conversations with, what cities are interested, and have a process in place because it takes a council decision to form a sister city partnership, and not myself nor a council member can do that. And so I think the timing is extremely ripe and there's actually a sense of urgency needed around it to ensure that council is approving travel or any of those things as it relates to international sister city type engagements. I mean, I know that there are times when the other city might pay for the travel. There may be somebody who sponsors the delegation. There are a number of ways to get costs paid and to make sure that this happens, sometimes without going into the city coffers. And so I think it's important that we do this with a sense of urgency. I'm going to reach out to them to see if maybe they can come in July and present to us, because I think we need to get ahead of this and make sure there's a process in place with, especially to be shared with the East Point Convention and Visitors Bureau, so they can be very aware of what we're doing.
Madam Mayor.
Deputy City Councilman.
So I want to be we should be very careful about our words. We as council people have initiatives. The council doesn't vote who's on Wednesday wind down. The council doesn't vote who participates in the Healthy Point, who the DJ is, and how that's done. We have these initiatives. And it's well known and documented that this is an initiative that I've been working on. And to say we just talked about a reverse conversation about the credit card policy. And how things are done. So what's good for one must be good for all. And if we're going to start to have conversations about what a council member does with the initiative that he brought forth after having conversations with the past mayor, then we have to start having conversations about how line items are spent in other budgets too. We don't go and have votes based upon what we want to see in the Healthy Initiative. We allow that to be the mayor's prerogative. That's her initiative. We don't vote who the DJ is, what day the initiative is done, how many miles are run. That's the mayor's prerogative. So if we're going to do something like that, then we have to do it for everybody. And there has not been an ask of a sister city that has not been voted on by council, because as you said, these things take a process. But once that process is ready, then you bring it back to council for a vote. So we shouldn't be selective in the rules that we make, because just like the credit card policy, we want it all to apply to everybody equally.
Councilman Buckley, I think you're mixing apples and oranges. A sister city is an international partnership between one city and another city. And so we don't talk about the now $40,000 that's going for the Silver Fox Ball that is provided to a resident to put on that event for you as an initiative. We don't get into Councilmember Butler, I let you speak.
You cannot say $40,000 because that's not in the budget for the Silver Fox Ball. The Silver Fox Ball has never been $40,000. Nowhere close to $40,000.
So maybe I misread when I looked at the items for this fiscal year. I thought there was an increase. So maybe I'm wrong at 20,000, but whatever the amount is for that event. An event like that is totally different from engaging with another international city about forming a partnership with this city and the resources that are used to spend on that. Now, if we want to run the timeline, it was brought to the city through the mayor's office. It carried on through the mayor's office with Mayor Macon. And in on February 11th of 2019, I brought it to city council. So if we want to carry on with the timeline, we could. Your presentation after the Africa trip was on February 8th of 2021. What I said then and what I said when I brought it up in 2019, this is a council decision as to what cities we are going to form an international partnership with. The Sister Cities International Alliance actually helps us walk through that process to get to a partnership agreement. But I think before we expend city resources, traveling to different places about Sister City, there has to be a communication with this council about whether or not that is a city that we want to explore a relationship with and expend resources for it. And so whatever cities you just mentioned, I can't remember the ladies who showed up on February 8th of 2021. I think they were from Johannesburg, South Africa. So whatever cities you or other people have, I think that's a discussion that we need to have as a council, especially before resources are spent. And so the Sister City International Alliance is the national organization that others around this country use. The Georgia Department of Economic Development clearly supports their work. And so my ask is that we renew that relationship so that we can have a process inside this city. Sister Cities initiative is not something that one person just gets to go off and make decisions on. That authority was never granted by this council. So while there is money in the budget for Sister City, spending of that money has to come through this council around where we want to possibly partner and explore to be able to have those relationships. So Madam Deputy City Clerk, if you could place this on the consent agenda. Councilmember Shropshire, you have something?
I have a question. Can we add other cities to this besides the two that they have?
Yeah, so like these two, I think were just for projects, humanitarian projects. So as we are now renewing our membership, having them come present, if people if there's cities that you think we should consider, right? There's a whole research process and phase that we go through to figure out like what makes sense or what cities we can help, or whether it's just a humanitarian project or things of that nature. But this could be the structure and the support for that.
So if we want to add Africa, we can add this to the list.
If I may, I think the question is, the council voted on a budget for Sister Cities that's an initiative led by Joshua Butler IV that made a presentation to council about Sister City initiatives. And so what the question really is, if a council person has an individual initiative, should we allow another council person or mayor hijack that initiative and then make it something that it was not? Because there's always been a gentleman's agreement that I wouldn't do a healthy point because that would be duplicating resources and services. I wouldn't do a Wednesday wind down. That is your initiative. We have Councilmember Rogers, her initiative is Clean City, and she wants to do clean. So I'm not going to come and duplicate her initiative. That's just a gentleman's agreement amongst colleagues. I'm sorry, or the senior stroll, exactly. And so for me, that's what the issue is, because no one, in order to have a sister city, according to this document which was read, there must be a memorandum of understanding signed by both parties. No MOU has been brought to council because there have been conversations about what's appropriate. In fact, in this same document, when you do a sister city, not only do you look for the size of the city, you look for how can you have these cultural exchanges. So when Lima was picked up,
there are certain similarities and synergies that go into that. And that's how you form those relationships. And so those cities are full-blooded sister cities, but there was a loss in contact with those cities. And so you do a cultural exchange, an educational exchange, an economic exchange. And so that's where that comes from. And so for me, the question is about a violation, or we want to talk about being inclusive. This line item was not on the agenda at 5:30. It was only
Actually was on the agenda at 3 o'clock today before I went into the meeting.
Well, when I looked at the updated agenda from our city clerk, this item was not on there. And I was aware that the mayor was going to have these meetings because I had them first. And I made sure that I teed up those introductions for her. And so if we're going to work in partnership, then a courtesy call would have been appropriate, or it would have been nice. And to do this, it's an affront.
The city of East Point does not have any sister city relationships with name. I can't even remember the name that he pronounced. The February the 11th, 2019, this item and our renewal of our membership was placed on the agenda from me. And then it was on April 18th of 2019. I'm bringing that agenda item back. No one council member or mayor has the ability to put this city into any sister city partnerships. And if you'll notice here, the document you're referring to, it says the planning phase, the research phase. Yeah, you consider all of that. But the formality, any agreements, and that is what actually, there's a signing ceremony that happens after the agreement. Any sister city partnerships have to be approved by this city council. Any travel related to sister city should be to a city that this council has decided we want to pursue that relationship with. And so it's not hijacking. There is no process in place. The Sister City Initiative is not like the Healthy Point or anything else you mentioned, because those events are local. They serve our community. They are not international partnerships between this city and another international city. That requires council approval. And even I knew that back in 19, which is why I initially brought this forward regarding this organization. And so it's very clear that we need this process and this partnership in place. I don't need you teeing up any conversations for me, because as the mayor and the chief spokesperson of the city, that's not the way this went down. Shouldn't even happen that way. But that makes clear the need to ensure that something of this magnitude has a process. Whatever cities you want this,
What is
the city
clear is
council,
I have the relationship.
whatever cities you want this council
I have the
to,
relationship.
whatever
Out
cities
of
this-
courtesy for you, Mayor, out of courtesy, I teed it up.
So why are you
don't
over
insult
talking me?
Don't
Can
insult
you all
me.
get ready?
This is not
Can
a-
you
this
all
is
get
not a
ready,
meeting.
please?
This is not a
Because
meeting. This is not a formal
absolutely
meeting.
unacceptable.
No, but
I
when
sat
you
and
insult-
listened to
but
your
you insult
conversation.
People, Madam Mayor, you insult people, and when I say I teed it up, that was out of courtesy and respect for you and the office.
It
And
was
to-
not, because you
but
did
it
not
is-
reach out to me to let me know you were teeing anything up. It just got back to me, Councilmember Butler. So at the end of the day, whatever cities you want this council to consider, as well as any other city that any other council member has for us to consider, that is something that this council can talk about. But there has to be a decision made by this council, not even me as mayor and the chief spokesperson of the city. I can't make that decision. A partnership with an international city, a partnership and agreement has to come before this council.
In the form
especially
of an
before
MOU. We
it's-
just had that conversation, Mayor. Why I'm interrupting you is because
No, why
You-
you're
oh,
interrupting me? You're
you-
about to get put out the meeting.
you
I'm
cannot.
sick of it.
I am not being
I am
disruptive.
sick of it. You are.
I'm not.
I am the presiding officer of this meeting. I sat and allowed you to talk several times. And now that I'm speaking, I expect the same level of respect. I did not
Point of
interrupt
order-
you. I did
point of
not
order, Rule
interrupt you.
7. Point of order, Rule 7, the way you're conducting the meeting.
So, I don't have, well, no, I can pull it up. And actually, I want to share my screen so we can make sure this is, and Councilmember Ziegler, I will go to you. I did see your light after I read this rule and address this point of order by someone who continues to overtalk me, and I should invoke the rule to put him out of the meeting. But the Rule 7,
Madam Mayor, you
a
cannot
point of
have
order.
discussion to a point of order. You
Rule
cannot acknowledge
7
anyone.
of the
Point of order, Rule 7. You have to
I'm about
stop.
to, you can't talk over me.
Madam Mayor,
I'm
you're
about
the-
to read the rule,
You're
and you're
yelling.
going to be quiet.
Point of order, Rule 7.
I'm about to read the rule.
You don't have to read the rule.
No, I
Point
do
of
have
order,
to read the
Rule
rule.
7.
I
asked
get
for
to
a ruling.
decide to make the decision about what happens, Councilmember Butler.
I appeal.
So we're gonna go through the process. So let me go to Rule
Up-
7. I'm going to point of order rule first. Let me go to the point of order rule because he all out of order.
You
So
are out
point
of
of-
order.
point of-
You
point of
cannot
order
talk
rule,
when a
point
point of
of
order is
order
discussed,
rule.
Madam Mayor, that you cannot talk.
Oh, Jesus. Lord, take
No
the wheel
talking.
before, is he real close? Point of order. A point of order will take precedence over all other business. The chair must recognize the council member calling a point of order. Once recognized, the council member may only quote the rule number in the rule. No discussion, explanation, or debate is allowed during point of order. The chair will recognize the point of order and then rule as to the point of order. The council member calling for a point of order may appeal the ruling of the chair. The chair will then call for a vote to uphold the decision. So your order to appeal the ruling is premature because I haven't given one. So let me go to Rule 7. Rule 7, members recognized. Every member prior to speaking or making a motion shall be recognized by the presiding officer. There's only one. And shall not proceed with his or her remarks until recognized and named by the chair. When two or more members request recognition, the presiding officer shall name the council member who is to speak first. Council members shall confine remarks to the subject under debate, avoiding personal comments directed at other members and refraining from impugning the motives of any other council member's comments or votes. No council member may interrupt another council member except to rise to a point of order. Every member prior to speaking or making a motion shall be recognized by the presiding officer. I recognized Councilmember Butler several times. He spoke, he stopped, and then I made my comments and he continued to overtalk me. So the rule, I'm finding that the rule was violated by Councilmember Butler by not being recognized prior to speaking by the presiding officer, because you can't do that while the presiding officer is speaking. So that's my ruling.
I appeal your move.
Okay,
your
so
ruling
now you appeal
because
you're appealing it,
you
and so let's go to
impugn the
that.
motives of the person speaking, Madam
So
Mayor.
let's go to
That's the
appeal.
rule number 7. You impugn the motives of the person that was speaking.
So that there's nothing. Let me just go to appeal. It's, you don't argue with a stop sign. Let's go to appeal. Appeal of Madam City Attorney, if you can help me, what rule is that appealing? Appeal from decision of the chair. So let's go to Rule 11. Appeals from the decision of the chair. Any council member may appeal to the council from a ruling of the chair. The motion to appeal must be entertained immediately. The council member making the appeal may state his or her reason for the same within 3 minutes, and the chair may explain the ruling within 3 minutes. But there should be no debate on the appeal, and no other council member shall participate in the discussion. The chair should then put the question, shall the decision of the chair be sustained? If a majority of the council members present vote yes, the decision of the chair is sustained. Otherwise, the decision of the chair is overruled. The chair may vote in the event of a tie. Councilmember Butler, you have 3 minutes. Can you start the clock, please?
You impugn the motives of the council member. Rule 7.
Are you done?
I am done.
So, I did not impugn the motives of the council member. I said I was going to read Rule 7. And while I was trying to get to Rule 7, the council member again and again violated Rule 7 by continuing to speak without being recognized by the presiding officer and speaking over me. So therefore, I found that Rule 7 was not violated, and that is the end of my time. So now I will ask, shall the decision of the chair be sustained? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Shall the decision of the
Chair?
chair be sustained?
Oh, no, I don't take that back.
Councilmember Shropshire, are you voting? Shall the decision of the chair be sustained? All those in favor?
Aye.
Shall the decision of the chair be sustained? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Shropshire. Councilmember Freely. Councilmember Ziegler.
Aye.
Councilmember Cummings.
Shall the decision of the chair be sustained?
Yes, you're right or wrong.
All right.
Is it a better way we can come to a resolution? I mean, we can't, come on
That's
now.
what the rules say to do,
The
though.
rules said, but I mean,
Yes, Councilmember Mitchell. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Councilmember Butler.
No.
Councilmember Martin Rogers.
That's Florida, so that's the majority. So now we can
No,
move
it's
on.
not. Everything has to have 5 votes, Mayor.
Did you
can't
just
change
read the rule? It says,
Come on,
if a
Mayor.
majority of the council members present vote yes. That's the rule. If a majority of the council members present vote yes, the decision of the chair is sustained. If it was 4 people here, well, it couldn't be 4. If it's 6 people, it's 4. The majority of the council members present vote yes, the decision of the chair is sustained. It's right there in black and white. Can
We
we
have
move
never,
on?
nothing is ever passed without 5 votes in council.
If a majority of the council members present vote yes, the decision of the chair is sustained. I'm not making it up. It's the words on the screen. There's 7 people present. 4 out of 7, 4 to 3 is a majority. Can we move on? Councilmember Ziegler, you had comments.
Yeah, so just top of mind, knowing that we just had a lively discussion on the city credit card policy and also a lively discussion on the Sister Cities International Alliance. I just want to just call out that, we may want to think about, making sure that we have our credit card policy aligned and locked down, and we have it that everybody is in agreement on what they can and cannot use their credit card for before we go ahead and go forward with the Sister Cities International initiative. Unless if we all come in agreement that if someone's going to go and travel internationally, that we all know about it first, and that we all agree that they should go and things like that. I think that would be appropriate. But I think as it stands right now, there's a little hesitation when we don't have a locked credit card policy down.
I think those are things that we can get information from the Sister City International Alliance as to how cities that have international partnerships actually deal with their travel and be able to look at maybe some best practices around that. I think we need to have a third party help us navigate this area, because the last time we really been engaged or had taken any formal action, let's say the last resolution was in 2008. So I agree with you that needs to be addressed, and it should be how we address it in our credit card policy. I think having the Sister City International Alliance tell us or share with us what other partnering cities might have in place that are engaged in international travel, because a lot of cities aren't doing international travel, right? I think that would be helpful. And that's why I think we should go ahead and renew our membership and then get technical assistance as they provide as a part of that around that. All right.
I'm still in, Madam Mayor.
Technically, if I follow the rules, you wouldn't be in because you've spoken 4 times. You're only allowed 2. So I'm gonna allow you to speak so that we can move on, because we've been through a whole lot around this, and really we need technical assistance and other support to help us navigate this space of international partnerships. Councilman Butler.
Madam City Clerk, is it possible for you to share my screen?
City Clerk doesn't share a screen. That comes from communications, and I don't know if your plugin works, but you can stop sharing mine. I don't know if you have anyone else.
Since we don't have, I can't share my screen, I'm asking for the city clerk to please read that email and tell the date of the email.
So this email is March 18th, 2024. It says, "Dear Mr. Brown, I have been invited by Fulton County Chairman Rob Pitts to attend his Fulton Korea Trade Mission in April of this year. I'll be using funds from my Sister City initiative in the budget to make this trip with your approval. The Sister City program was started under Mayor Patsy Joe Hilliard in 1992. It is an initiative I have worked on. I have traveled abroad before. I'm currently working with our East Point CVB to bring a delegation to East Point from Ghana and South Africa. Thank you for your consideration." Councilmember Butler.
Now, did it say something about asking for approval? Could you read that part again?
So it says, the second sentence says, "I will be using funds from my Sister City initiative in the budget to make this trip with your approval."
So I said, with your approval.
Mhm.
Okay, could you read the reply, please?
Reply from Mr. Brown. "Councilmember, thank you for the email. Sorry for the delay in responding. My approval is not required because your travel funds have already been budgeted in your council's budget."
Thank you very much.
Next item is item number 33, budget calendar. That just brings up a whole lot of other issues that we'll talk about in executive session.
Right. Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you. So this agenda item is in light of our most recent budget that we just passed, and how there were some citizen concerns, and I had concerns as well about just knowing more about what was in the budget, what we're getting out of it, and if we can have departmental presentations, things like that. So I'm just gonna hand it over to the city manager, interim city manager Howard Brown, to talk a little bit. Yes, interim city manager Howard Brown, about this agenda item. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Ziegler. Obviously, item number and in my face, item number 33. Item number 33 is about a budget calendar. As you know, when we start the budget process, we prepare a document called the tentative budget calendar. Some places call it just the budget calendar. Kind of outlines the process. During the budget process, I presented a PowerPoint presentation that kind of outlines some of the big topics. Like April 15th is a significant date because the charter requires that the city manager provides a budget to the council. And so based on what I talked with Councilmember Ziegler about is I added some projected dates on when we can have the departments come in and present to the council members, what they're doing in their departments. And that way the council could ask questions about what they're doing in their departments with respect to the budget. I thought it'd be good to start. I think we looked at right before October, starting in October until March. We'd have every department present throughout that time through work sessions. It's kind of programmed in. I have a draft if you'd like to see it. I could bring it back and have you guys take a look at it.
Yeah, if you have a draft that you can share.
Yeah, I have a draft. I thought it'd be good to program it in. That way this year or next year, you guys could kind of get a good idea of what's going in the department before you vote on the budget. That way you can ask questions of the department about what they're doing in their department. Do they have resources and that type of thing? So.
And also in addition to that, and just, revamping kind of the budget calendar entirely, just make it the best it can be. When it comes to the second public hearing, that also falls on the final vote of the budget itself. So if we can move that public hearing before the first public hearing, so then we have the 2 public hearings, and then the next meeting is for the vote. But I don't think that the vote should happen on the same day as the public hearing, because then, like, if the public were to say something that would be pertinent, or something that could be actionable, we wouldn't have any time to amend the budget. Is that something that sounds amenable?
I would say, from a city attorney perspective, I hear what you're saying. So like the second public hearing would be in the last meet. So we'd have the first and second in May and then approve in June.
Exactly.
I just don't know if there is a requirement from a budget approval perspective that it happened on the same night. But if not, from a legal perspective, I get what you're saying. Like move those up, and that would move everything up. And then we could still timely approve, but have time from between the last public hearing. And so that would just be the only question I have. And I don't know if the section that deals with adoption of the budget specifically says that. I think that's like 5 something. So it says, notice and hearing amendment before adoption. After this public hearing, the city council may adopt the budget with or without amendment. In amending the budget, it may add or increase programs or amounts and may delete or decrease any programs or amounts except expenditures required by law or for debt service or for estimated. However, that no amendment to the budget shall increase the adoption. So the city council may adopt the budget with after the public hearing. So it doesn't say immediately after. So that's first thing. Adoption. City council shall adopt the budget on or before the first meeting of June. If it fails to adopt the budget by this date, the amounts appropriated for current adoption, but it doesn't say the notice has to be 2 times. The A is the notice of the budget public hearings, the times and places where copies of the message and the budget are available for inspection by the public, and the time and place no less than 2 weeks after such publication for a public hearing. So it sounds like it has to be available to the public at least 2 weeks before the public hearing. So that would be before our first and second one. I think the reason we do the first and second is because our adoption of ordinances requires a first reading or waiving. So I don't think that would be a problem, but we can have legal look further into that. But the ask would be that the 2 public hearings happen in May so that we could adopt in June. So, Madam Attorney Wiggins, if you have anything tonight or if you want to get back with us on that.
One more time, Madam Mayor.
So the ask is that instead of having us adopt the budget on the same night as the second public hearing, that we move the public hearings up. So the first and second public hearings would happen in May. And so that we could still meet the first Monday in June.
So I would need to look at the state law with regard to the timing of your public hearings.
Okay.
There's some language about how far you can have it, if I remember correctly. I just need a moment. $36.81.5 provides on the date established by each governing authority, the proposed budget shall be submitted to the governing authority for that body's preview prior to the enactment. We know that on the day that the proposed budget is submitted to the governing authority for consideration, you've got to also make it available for public viewing. And then the advertisement, you've got to do it during the week in which the proposed budget is submitted to the governing authority. and letting the public know that there will be a public hearing at least 1 week prior to the meeting that the governing authority is going to adopt it.
Oh.
So you can't have it too far in advance.
So if you could work with them, we could figure out like if it's possible, or when we might even do it. I don't know if but yeah, I understand the ask, and yeah, it makes sense. But we still have the charter requirements to approve it on the first Monday in June. And so the ask is there a way to do the 2 public hearings so that they don't fall, the second one doesn't fall on the same night that we approve?
So
And if that's
I've got a question. Why are there 2 public hearings? Is that required by your code?
for an ordinance adoption,
You read it twice.
I think that's the charter.
So is that why you
Maybe
have
charter.
2 public hearings though? So only 1 public hearing is required by state law. Even you can still read it twice and just have 1 public hearing.
Good practice, being 2 twice.
Right, I would need to look in your Muni code is not being friendly right now. Oh yeah, there it is.
Taking away a public hearing probably wouldn't be good.
Hmm.
Taking away a public hearing probably
And
wouldn't be
increasing more public engagement.
Mhm.
So, I mean, if we could just look into those, that
Yeah.
request.
Yeah, and if interim city manager, if you could share the draft, and because I think that you may have had some of like departments spread across the budget calendar, but was there like a particular like strategy on why you would have some earlier versus others?
Yeah, there was, I thought the appointed officials, like the clerk, the legal department, the clerk, the legal department, the courts, that they would come do a budget presentation first. Then we move into public safety, police, fire. To me, they're the bigger departments. And then we'd have, another work session where we'd have, I forget which one, what order, but the small departments like finance, HR, we'd have them together. I think we'd do three different departments at the same time. So it was kind of a strategy behind that to try to get the smaller departments. We group them together. We do 3 or 4. They can do their presentations, 10 minutes, Q&A, council. So we wouldn't be there all day. So when we go through the budget process, and I say we, when staff, myself and staff, we spend days on this and we go line item by line item. And I'm not sure if that's the council's intent, but I think the real intent is just to really get an understanding of what happens in the department with respect to the budget and what the needs are. So that was kind of what I thought we could do in order to try to achieve, the interaction with staff.
Now, here's a question. How much does the budget change? Because I think that you had the first ones like in January or so.
No, I think we
Or-
start back, the capital budget is due, I think in November, December. And they start in October with the first open,
The first open one I think is in October.
open house.
Mhm.
The first open house of the budget starts in October. And so that's the reason why we said start in October, so we can start programming these departments along the time all the way until I delivered the budget to you. So that was kind of the strategy.
Are any of the departments so early that like they would have amended their budget so much that it would require another presentation to council or anything like that?
I mean, well, obviously, it's what the mayor just read earlier about if the budget goes up or down, we'll do a budget amendment accordingly. I think our practice has been twice a year, I believe, but it could be done as many times as you need to have it done. Normally when you have big appropriations, it gets done. And then obviously 60 days after the close of the fiscal year, you'll do a budget amendment to make sure that you reconcile the increases or decreases in the operating budget or capital budget. So that's what you see standard.
Okay. I guess I was asking like, before you adopted the budget, would there be enough of a change between the time that a department first made their presentation to that night? Like, do you see any issues where it would change that much or?
I don't, because either way, it would have to come before the council and have to be explained. So I believe there wouldn't be, you're supposed to get a monthly financial statement. Finance should be sending that out every month to you.
Yeah, it just doesn't say, I mean, it has the numbers on there, of course, but it doesn't say what you're getting out of the budget.
Yeah.
It doesn't say, out of this $250,000, you've replaced a half mile of sewer lines. It doesn't say that.
Sure, and that's a question you could ask the department. I mean, that easily, and they could tell you what that was. I think quarterly you get the budget and finance committee, and monthly you get a financial statement. But definitely, what I heard from you and the council members, I thought what I presented to you was something that would meet your requirements. And so I inserted that in. I worked with staff to say which department should go first, which should go last, that type of thing. So.
Okay. So I think what's left then would be to see what the interim city attorney comes up with as far as the budget hearing, things like that, see if we're able to move them or not. And then if you can share out the draft.
Sure.
Yeah, that'd be great.
I'll get with the city attorney and make the revisions based on the charter, like if we cannot do one hearing or whatever, and then I'll email out to the council.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I'll just add lastly, your code does not provide for more than one public hearing. It only talks about one public hearing, so does state law.
The July work session.
Oh, yeah.
Next up, East Point
I have a
Street.
question.
Oh, Councilmember Shropshire.
So are we doing away with one of the public hearings? Okay, so we're gonna still have it. We're just adding a meeting before.
Yeah, so what it is that before and really throughout the beginning of the year, to get the departmental presentations so that we understand what it is that's in the budget. And then the idea behind it was just to move the last public hearing, because right now as it is, the last public hearing is at the same day as the vote for to approve the budget. So if just to looking to move it up in the schedule, so that
So we don't have the last public hearing on the same day we do the vote, because it's been like that for years.
yeah.
That's been the process at every time the budget is approved. That has been the process, to have that budget hearing, public hearing, before you take a vote. That has always been the process. So you're looking at changing the process. Before you change the process, are you going to get residents' input? Because like I said, that's been going on for years, and I know I was one of the ones that would speak.
Yeah, so I think right now, what the public is saying, at least from what I have heard, is that when you have the public hearing on the same day as the vote, it feels like.
But is that the majority of the public?
I mean, unless if you're to do like a vote or something.
No, is that the majority? Because like I say, that process has been going on for years. So that's why I say, are you going to get residents' input on before that decision is made?
I mean, we can't. Again, this is coming from my own experience, but also from people that I have heard from already. And their sentiment is that if you are voicing a concern on the day you're supposed to vote on it, then how would you actually take action on their concern?
I mean, I don't have a problem with how you do it. I would say before you make that change, get get input from the community, not just some or a few, but the city as a whole. Because I think you're hearing from your constituents what you represent, but the city as a whole, we represent. So I would say get that input from them before you just make that change in doing that, because at the end of the day, you're gonna have, whether you add a public hearing or you take one away, people still gonna come out and speak and say what they want. So the city still has time to make changes to the budget before that last public hearing. So before any changes is made, I really think that you should get residents' input. Because you're trying to take one away.
Oh, no, we're
No.
not taking one away
You
at
have
all.
two
No,
public
no, no.
hearings, so I mean, I'm not so sure we would change that practice. I think what she's saying, act on the budget after your second public hearing, right?
Exactly, yeah, so we're not taking one away, we're just moving it so that you'd have the 2 public hearings in May.
But you are taking it away, because you're still gonna vote for the budget without having a public hearing.
No,
So you're gonna, so when would you vote on it? You'll still vote on it at the same day, correct? At the same time?
you would vote on it the first Monday in June.
So are you having a public hearing at the first Monday?
No, you would have it in May, both of
So
them would be in May.
so you are taking it away?
Okay,
Because technically you have it at the last council meeting, and then you have it at the first council meeting. So are you wanting to have it at the first May meeting, and then at the last council meeting, and then vote on it the 1st of June? So you're removing that last piece, because people may want to still speak, but they can't, because now at the first meeting in June, we are going to vote on it without having a public hearing, and what comes up after that is public comments. So the budget will already be voted on.
I think what Attorney Wiggins just said helps understand why we have 2 public hearings. We have 2 because we can't have a public hearing more than a week before adoption. And the 3rd Monday in May is more than a week before adoption. So they must have put in another one, although we're not required to have the one in May, we need to have the one in June. Because it doesn't say it can't be on the same night, right? Attorney? So yeah, we need to talk about this offline, because it's all,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
because
Yeah.
that's not, so having the one on the night of is not 1 week before. It says at least or no more than. So we can have it more than, yeah. So having it in May is fine, because it's more than a week. They say not more than a week before, or at least a week before. So if it's at least a week before, we can have it in May. And then the one, right, it has to be more than a week. The one the night of is not really compliant, because it's supposed to be more than a week.
And moving it,
To May. So having 2 in May, because you have to have it at least a week before you adopt it. No, we will. The question is, the one that happens on the night of the meeting can't count, because it has to be at least a week before the meeting that we had a public hearing, which is why we had the one in May. Mm-hmm.
I'm in for comments.
Councilmember, who was talking? Councilmember Ziegler or Councilmember Shropshire? Councilmember Shropshire, are you done? Councilmember Butler.
What we are doing is not how it's supposed to go. The budget is made by staff. We get a hard copy of the budget in April. There is plenty of time for people to voice their concerns through their representative and in council. We have to stop all of these issues that we've been here all night for, and that has started since January, is because council members don't want to do their job, and then they want to hide behind staff. If you have a problem with something on the budget, say it. Bring it before council. Have people have that conversation. The public has more than ample time to talk about anything in the budget. The budget is not a council creation, it is a staff creation. And once you start having people nitpick the budget, then we're going to take something out of Ward D because in something in Ward A, we don't want them in Ward D to have it. That's why you have professionals that aren't vested in the politics, which we keep experiencing, doing their job. I am sick of the petty politics in every issue. Every issue. Now it's boiled down to the budget. You don't like the way somebody's spending on their credit card, so you're going to change the whole policy, as opposed to going to that person and just having a conversation. Hey, what is this about? Let me get some understanding. Oh, we want to do the whole budget because really what we want to talk about is we don't want to have certain events, just the events that we want to have. So we got to stay here all night talking about petty politics. Enough is enough. Everybody has the opportunity to speak. And so much so, when people voice their concerns, the city manager met with them individually and went through the entire book and made changes based on their recommendation. Why are we still having these conversations? And then you look at me, oh, Josh, the big bad guy. Let's put him on the end. Oh, he gonna do something that I've never raised my voice at anybody. But I want you guys to stop it. Stop it. The budget is fine. We have to stop making everything political. Because what happens is, I want this road paved in Ward D. But according to the staff, the road in Ward C or A needs more attention. They don't have to deal with the politics of it. So when you start trying to delve into the budget and having people come, they're looking at their own interests, and you have to have people that look at the city as a whole. I know I'm speaking on deaf ears. I know you're not listening to me. Who is this dude and what does he think he's talking about? But somebody has got to say enough is enough. Allow the staff to do their job. Your job is to make policy. The policy is we want water improvements. Let's go find the money so Melissa can do her job, and then she decides what pipes get replaced. We want to argue about $20 on a credit card when we have a budget of $200 million, $72 million, $35 million for police. Think of a bigger picture. Stop being so, we can't get stuff done and we're here all night and then we want staff to be back at work at 8 o'clock in the morning. Because y'all want to nitpick stuff you don't know nothing about. When I got on council, I didn't say much the entire first year because I sat there and I learned. I was humble enough to learn what I did not know. If you want to say something about the budget, there are ample opportunities to do so. But you wanted to hold the budget up because it was something that you didn't like in the budget when you had those opportunities. And then want to violate the rules, and then now the rules don't fit, so we want to change the rules. That sounds like what they're doing in DC and with the Republican candidate, but I digress. Change the rules so we can steal an election. We don't like the budget, so we want to change the rules. If you follow the rules, and if you knew the rules, then you have everything that you need to monitor credit cards, to change line items in the budget, to get things done. Don't punish people that are trying to do things for their communities and their residents. I may not care for one thing, but I don't deprave or talk bad about or try to squash somebody's other initiative because they want to do it differently. I give them that choice as long as it's within the boundaries and the guidelines. So I close with this. We have to stop having these long meetings, putting staff through this torture because we want to be petty with our politics. Today we talked about making the conference center larger and doing something fabulous and something bigger, but then people forget how you get the money. They remember the last time how you float bonds, but now we don't know how we float bonds anymore. Been here so many years and don't know how to float bonds because it's all petty politics. Then we want to talk about the budget and we need to change the budget. The budget is what the budget is. Let's go to executive session and let's go home.
So we weren't having a discussion about floating bonds earlier. We were having a discussion about general obligation bonds versus revenue bonds, and there's a difference. Councilmember Ziegler, were you finished?
I just wanted to chime in and just say that, you know, I am here ready to work. And when I hear concerns of the residents, and I have concerns of myself of knowing what the budget, what we're getting out of the budget per department. This has nothing to do with a particular event that somebody has or not. All this is just trying to get more transparency over the goals of each department and how we're going to get to those goals. I know as a resident, I've been very frustrated in having seemingly little to no progress in certain areas. And it's very, very frustrating. And you know, I think that having a lot of transparency around the budget and around the money and where we're spending it is just, it's just better. And why not, you know, when we're up here, you know, I think that we need to fix some of the issues that we have, and adding transparency is not a bad thing. So that's just what I'm going to have to say about that.
So the budget calendar will go on July work session, and hopefully we'll have information from staff regarding the asks that were made. Item number 34, East Point Street Eats Initiative. Councilmember Martin Rogers says July. Oh, also items 9, 10, and 11 from Councilmember Martin Rogers are July work session as well. 35, Councilmember Martin Rogers.
I don't have the information. Attorney Wiggins stepped out. Okay, then I can just wait until the July work session to discuss it. But I was contacted by some residents that reside in Ward D They live near Yates Road. They live on Yates Road, but next door to their home is an abandoned cemetery. I've been having dialogue and discussions with Mr. Brown and also Attorney Wiggins to see how we want to address that problem, because it is an issue, and that's not the only abandoned cemetery in East Point. I believe that there is also one in Ward A that has just kind of been abandoned and just left there. But the residents are having an issue. I would like for us to track down who owns the property and hold them accountable to get the cemetery cleaned up, because it is an eyesore to these residents that have lived near it for the last 20 years. So we've had that dialogue and discussion, Mr. Brown, but I wanted council to hear what Attorney Wiggins had shared with us. But
Yeah.
since she stepped out, then I will just wait until the July work session.
Okay.
So that's it for me, Madam Mayor.
July work session. The next item is update Public Works landscaping. Update on Public Works landscaping. Oh, there's Attorney Wiggins. We're talking about the abandoned cemetery on Yates Road.
Councilwoman Martin Rogers and the city manager and whoever else was copied, I think Mr. Reeves, about the state law that talks about what happens when there's an abandoned cemetery. It's optional, it's not required, obviously, because you're spending city dollars on its upkeep. But the law says whenever there is an abandoned cemetery within your jurisdiction, let me just go to the law. I know I sent it to him. Hold on. But I'll do it from memory until I find it. Whenever there is an abandoned cemetery, the council can vote to take over. Here it is. Cemetery may belong to the landowner, but the human remains and burial objects are not property to be owned by the person or entity which owns the land. So that basically is getting over the hurdle of the city entering onto private property. When the cemeteries are abandoned, the local government has the responsibility to preserve and protect the cemetery, albeit on private land. This is all out of Title 36, Chapter 72. And then it provides that Georgia law defines abandoned as a cemetery which shows signs of neglect, including without limitation, unchecked vegetation, vandalism, grave markers that have disintegrated. It provides that the government's responsibility to preserve and protect an abandoned cemetery as keeping it safe from destruction, peril, or other adversity may include the placement of signs, markers, fencing, or other such appropriate features as to identify the site as a cemetery or burial ground, and may also include the cleaning, maintenance, and upkeep of the site so as to aid in its preservation and protection. So the law authorizes you guys to do it, but it does not compel you to do it. And so if that is something that is of interest to the city council, then you would need to pass a resolution to trigger this authorization to take care of the cemetery. Just know that if you do pass that resolution, your responsibility to preserve and protect, as the code provides, will continue indefinitely.
So Attorney Wiggins, what would be our other option as far as tracking down the owner of the cemetery? Because from my understanding, the residents that live near this property, they said it's been like this for 20 years. And they also provided me documentation as to when they contacted the Public Works Director, and nothing has really been done about the cemetery. So what is our other recourse of action? I'm not necessarily sure that, I don't know what council thinks that we should do, but like the fence is broken on the front of the cemetery, so it needs to be secured, and it needs an overhaul inside of this property that is surrounding about 5 other houses in Ward D. So
So my recommendation to you guys is first, if this has been going on for 20 years, it's likely the owner is absent, maybe deceased.
Correct.
This private property may be tied up in probate. They probably have, they've absconded for whatever reason, right? So you could seek code enforcement out to do a property search to try to cite the owner. I'm not sure how effective that will be, seeing as though it's been like this for that long. Your only other option is the code section. And likely Public Works has not gone on the property to do anything because y'all haven't taken action given the authority to do so. We can't just go on private property and start cleaning it up. That's illegal. But in the cases of a cemetery or a burial ground, the law gives you that authority, but you guys need to vote to invoke that authority. Then Public Works can go and do whatever, cut the grass, put up a fence, put up a sign, and whatever else is required to protect and preserve the grounds. But asking Mr. Reeves and his crew to go before that resolution is passed by this body would be improper.
Okay, how long would it take us to, I guess, develop a resolution?
I mean, I could type a resolution and have it ready for you guys whenever
There's
you
a cost
say.
that goes with that.
Say that again?
There's a cost.
Yeah, no, that was exactly where I was going with that. Budgetary, though, that's a consideration that y'all have to decide that you're going to put money behind it, because when you pass that resolution, that was the last thing I said, it's indefinite. So when the grass need cutting or that fence gets broken or somebody sprays graffiti, you have to now, it's your responsibility forever.
So how do we, I guess, because I've been to the area and it is like 20 years of pine straw. You can't even see the tombstones.
That's unfortunate.
On the property. The fence, again, is broken. So I guess what would be the easiest route to take? Of course, I don't want the city to take full responsibility indefinitely, but the area does need to be tidied up. Is there a way that we can tidy up the area without taking full responsibility?
No such thing in this instance.
So we just leave it as is for the neighborhood to live with?
Or go find the owner. And that, like, so really, you may want to task your staff to get some quotes on what it's gonna look like to upkeep it, so you can know, budget wise, how much you're gonna carry in your budget every year to take on a piece of property. Basically, is what you're doing. You're taking up the upkeep of a piece of property. I'm not saying you should be against it. I'm just giving you the information so you can and your colleagues can make an informed decision on whether or not to trigger this authority that you have under the code.
Okay, I think that what would be best is if we have Mr. Brown direct code enforcement or someone to find out to track down the owner of the property. At this juncture, that is going to be my ask of council, that we direct the city manager to track down the owner of the property, the grave site located on Yates Road. I think that is where we should start. So I'll put that on our Monday's agenda.
I think once we start putting graveyards on the agenda, there's another grave sites, cemeteries.
Yeah.
There's another. We have like at least one or two other cemeteries privately owned in the city. There's one across the street from Hillcrest. It's a big one. They've asked for support. They've asked for support in cleaning that for years. They rely on volunteers and they make it happen. I think once you open this up and not continue to try to enforce it against the property owners, they're going to be putting ourselves in a position to be looking at taking care of the other cemeteries within the city as well, or saying how we decided this one over others. And that's my only concern. I mean, Mr. Brown has acknowledged that staff and code enforcement have been out there. We have Deputy Chief McCullough in here. I mean, that's something that they should be doing just because the property is blighted and a mess. But starting to take action on a cemetery opens the door for all others and help for all others is my only concern. Councilmember Cummings and
Can you just find out who owns it?
So I think the one, Hillcrest, that's the one that's on Stanton and Yates. How big is that one?
Yates?
Yes.
Oh, it's probably, I mean, it sits in between two homes. It's small.
So just an option. If they can't locate whoever the property owner is of it, what about, maybe we do some organize a community cleanup day or something like that? I mean, because if we do a resolution and you kind of end up being on the lam for, you're now moving forward, you're responsible for it, and it could be pricey. But I mean, we talk about community pride. I mean, I don't mind. I definitely don't mind going out one day and, helping to do a cleanup. I pick up trash behind Kroger all the time for one of my residents that calls. I mean, I don't mind doing it. I mean, maybe we just try and get the community and do a community cleanup day. It'll be cheaper.
the challenge with the city endorsement is it's private property, but if people want to do, yeah.
If it's an eyesore, residents
Right.
are like, we're tired, we've been trying to, especially if it looks, it's been jumped up
Yeah,
for some
it
years.
is like, oh,
Yeah, then, maybe community cleanup day.
Councilmember Mitchell.
I was going to ask that, what other, Ms. City Attorney, any other cost that comes with owning a cemetery, like insurance, a special type of insurance, anything like that you have to have?
So this law does not contemplate you doing anything with like the markers or the graves. It really is just the cleanup, like to remove whatever blight. So it gives the examples of cutting the grass, fencing it, putting up signage saying this is a cemetery.
Right.
So nothing. So no, short answer is you're not required to get any insurance or anything. I mean, no.
But say if something would have happened, like with the flood or something would happen with like one of the,
Then you clean it up again.
I mean, but wait, will we be liable for what happens on that property?
Well, no, because you don't own it,
Okay.
right? You're not taking ownership of the land. You're just really
Right.
taking ownership of the cleanliness of it.
Okay,
You're removing the blight.
okay. That's it. I yield.
Yes, sir.
All right, can y'all help her find out the owner?
yes, I'm gonna, Mr. Brown directly.
Update on Public Works landscaping. And as Councilmember Butler is leaving, I did follow up with the city attorney regarding the motion to sustain the ruling of the chair, and our charter supersedes the ordinance. The charter requires 5 votes, so the decision was not sustained because it was 4. We had 2 abstentions. So I just wanted to make sure I put that on the record for clarity, but there's no need to revisit it.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We're coming here for the line item for the update on the landscape contract or landscape vendor contract. So, is there any discussion or questions from Mayor and Council?
I think it's on for update. Does staff have an update?
Well,
If not, we can move this somewhere else and go to executive. It's an update on Public Works landscaping. I'm thinking we were gonna get a update report from staff. There's not like questions here. Do we have questions? I thought we were waiting for an update from you all. So if you all don't have it tonight, we could put it on Monday as a presentation or on a future meeting. But this is an update from staff on Public Works landscaping. I guess the schedule, how we're doing it, like.
No, I don't. Yeah.
It was on the agenda when I first got it. I don't think this is
Well,
one that was added.
Well, we presented this item last month to mayor and council for approval of the contract and the vendor. And here we are today. We don't even know where we at, to be honest with you, Mayor. We presented this with the contract for a 2-year contract, and we would.
Has the vendor started? What's the
No,
schedule?
ma'am. We haven't done anything.
It's on here from us. Do we have no minutes? Well, we don't even need to figure it out.
Yeah, it was never
They don't
approved.
have any information. I know, but it's just on the agenda for update. So that just seems like there's something coming from staff. So July work session, because.
Madam Mayor, the issue, if I recall correctly, was that there was some conversation from the dais that 2 years was not isn't that the one where they said
that's the
it's 2
insurance.
years was an issue. I hate to talk about it in Councilmember Butler's absence, but I think it came from him about wanting to reduce the terms for these contracts that are attached to the ITBs. And I was asked, or at least I provided, maybe unsolicited, that when you change the terms, you're likely changing the price, because when someone bids, based on what we put out there, they're bidding with the hopes of getting the work for 2 years. And so if you reduce the contract now to 1 year, your price may
Bless you.
change. And so I know Mr. Brown asked me to type that up. I think I did. And I know I did. And so that was the holdup for this. I don't think it was coming back for any further work for staff to do, other than just waiting for the council's approval on whether it was going to approve a 2-year or a 1-year contract. With the understanding the vendor bidded on a 2-year contract.
Yes, let me ask a question.
Okay. Councilmember comments.
Thank you.
Councilmember Sharp.
Is it a 1 or 2 year contract?
This was solicited for a 2-year contract. We had 9 bidders that bid it. This was the second lowest bidder. The first lowest bidder did not provide the documentation that we needed as far as his bonding and or funds. So we went to the second lowest bidder, which was 178,000 or something. The highest bidder was almost 900,000. The minimum range about 400,000. When we presented this to mayor and council, there was a discussion about the 2 years, whether it be 1 year or 2 years. Or one thing that I did recommend, that I recommend 2 years, because we've already had a 1-year contract with the last vendor that we had, and here we are again coming back trying to get it done. So we would like to, we wanted to put it out for 2 years so we can have this contract. And we do have exceptions in there that if they don't do the work and get it done properly, we can terminate that contract.
And that was my thing. So
Yes, ma'am.
It'll be initially for 2 years, but if there's some issue that we aren't pleased with the work, then we can.
Yes, ma'am.
We can 86 the contract.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
And what do you get for 178 a year?
Ma'am, I'm
What
sorry.
do you get for what are the services that they'll be providing for 178,000?
We have a list of Park and Recreation and Public Works. We have a list of areas that they will be cutting, where we're using them for, is to cut mainly our main thoroughfares and connector streets, the important areas that need to be done on a timely basis every 2 weeks, our water towers, our pumping station, and the reservoirs. Those are the areas that we had on there.
So it'll help to supplement backfill for Parks and Rec and as well as Public Works, like the main streets and all that good stuff, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So, and like I said, the big thing before was just the 2 years versus a 1 year.
Yes, ma'am.
2 years, that's normally what people go with. That's kind of the standard. I mean, and that way we won't be circled back again next year trying to find a vendor to do the same thing. And what normally do contracts run? You know, if you get somebody to do this, what are they, what's the average price?
Well, the contracts, we try to make sure we have a contract that doesn't, when when we look at it and we talk about contracts, when we try to make sure that they don't extend too far beyond where our term for council members, so they can have an idea about what's going on and have their votes on there. So this 2-year contract would give us locked in a price for 2 years that we'll be able to work with a contractor that we're familiar with. And I think there's also in this contract that if they are doing the work, they might be able to have one extension or something like that. And Dermot can speak up on that. I don't have the contract in front of me, that we can extend that for 1 year before we put it out for solicitation again.
Okay, but I was just like the pricing. So we got them for 178. What's the average other costs that you guys had for, what does it normally run if you get someone to
Well,
come out?
we had a vendor out last year that spent over $200,000 for the time that we had them in, and that was almost for 7 months.
7 months,
Yes, ma'am.
$200,000.
Mhm. And that, and the vendor that we had last year came back and bid at $400,000
Okay,
this year for the 2-year contract.
all right.
Yes, ma'am.
I yield, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Reeve. You are correct. We talked about this at the last meeting, about the 2 years, because I think somebody said if we do a year, we're gonna be back in the same situation where have not really completed the work, or so it's almost as if they get started and then the contract is over with. And then we go back through the process of having to rebid it back out. And then that you end up with the same problems where the stuff is not being cleaned because the process stopped. So with this, they did a 2-year to continue it going. So by the time it has to be rebidded, it'll continue to go, correct?
That's one of the issues, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so, yeah. Why it's back on here, that I don't know, but can we move this to be
I
voted
mean, I
on?
don't even know if we need to move it anywhere. We need to know when y'all get a schedule in place. We've been asking that for a minute, but I guess you gotta get a contract in place, so.
Is scheduling?
Yeah, the schedule of cleanup, like what this contract is gonna do, what y'all gonna do, how we
So
gonna.
let me ask you this, because it sounds like they haven't got started yet.
No, that's what I'm saying. So I'm just
So-
saying it shouldn't come back in July. When should it come back for update?
We need to get it, for us to get approval, we need to get approval so we can get the contractor started. We try to get them started.
This don't even say a contract approval.
That's
I
what
have
we're
no idea. This says update on public works landscaping, which suggests to me the contract has been approved. So that's not even
Madam
the right
Mayor, I didn't
agenda
put that
item.
on there like that.
What's your agenda item? Is
My
it-
agenda item is this. Yeah, we don't have an agenda item.
But you
We,
just said the contract isn't approved.
it wasn't approved, no ma'am.
It wasn't approved by council, it hasn't been
It
signed.
wasn't approved by council.
So the contract needs to be on the agenda for Monday.
That's what we're saying.
So put the contract on the agenda for Monday. We'll just keep it on the agenda and not consent. And I don't know what contract that is, but
So let me ask you this, since we talked about service, can they provide like Monday with the contract, the timeline?
I mean, I would hope we can get it as soon as possible. But
Okay.
like, we've been asking about it for a minute, but I think they're engaging the contractor to help them.
Yeah.
So we'll need to know what the contractor's gonna do, what we're gonna do. If they don't have it Monday, I guess we can have it at July work session, but once they engage the new contractor and have the conversation.
So they can get
that
started.
way. Yeah, that Monday they need the contract on the agenda to start.
Okay. And then hope to bring a timeline as to what areas they will be doing the service.
Yes, ma'am. That was all in our agenda before, along with the contract
Okay.
signed by the contractor.
So just represent all of that on Monday. Agenda, get with staff to see what the item is supposed to be for us to approve the contract and just put on the agenda. Executive session. We have any from legal?
I saved y'all last week for tonight. So yes, I do have leave.
How many? You have any, Mr. Brown?
No, Madam Mayor.
5.
5 legal?
Yes.
Oh,
They should
Jesus.
be.
What are they?
So we can't say them out loud. She has 5 legal. We
Oh, I
have
thought-
1 real estate, 1 legal, and 2 personnel. So any other one for
See, that's in
council?
my mind. When you say legal, what are they, real estate stuff?
No, she's saying litigation.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
When she said legal, she means
5
no,
legal,
6
6 legal, 2 personnel,
and 1 real estate.
and 1 real estate. Make a motion to adjourn for that.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. We're in recess. It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Need a motion to approve defensive claims in Omar Alim. It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Motion to approve defensive claims in Prost versus East Point. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Motion to approve city council meeting minutes. It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Motion to adjourn. It's been moved and properly seconded. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion